Chapter 4:15. Rapid cultivation, my heart. Why does it hurt so much? Otto's lay on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. His face was full of fear. He did not know why, but his heart suddenly hurt. It felt as if a hand was squeezing his heart. Now that I'm the new ruler of the Sandstone Island, all of your lives are in my hands. Therefore, I think it's best if you don't act rashly. Zhuo said indifferently with a grave expression. What? You've become the new ruler of the Sandstone Island? Is it because you killed the Lord of the Underworld? Alice stared straight at Zhuo and could not help but ask. It seems that you, the Saintess, know more than I expected. However, I am not interested in your secrets, so you'd better not provoke me. Zhuo looked at Alice meaningfully, causing her to lower her head guiltily. Then, Zhuo kicked Otto's toward Alice and the others with his right foot. He then led Gu Xian and Hu Wuying into the sacred temple. You can rest assured that I, Zhuo, am not interested in the Sandstone Island. I will not be as cruel as the Lord of the Underworld. I only need to borrow the power of the Sandstone Island to enter the second level of the Vitality Tower. Once you enter the second level of the Vitality Tower, you will be free. Zhuo's voice rang out from the sacred temple. At this moment, Otto's stood up awkwardly. His face was extremely gloomy. Although he hated Zhuo, he did not dare to provoke him again. After all, as the ruler of the Sandstone Island, Zhuo could kill him with a single thought. Otto's. You were too impulsive just now. Since Zhuo has the ability to kill the Lord of the Underworld, how could you possibly fight against him? Even though Lord Alice is your ancestor, he did provoke the Lord of the Underworld and was refined into a living dead by the Lord of the Underworld. He is no different from a dead person now. Zhuo killing Lord Alice will also free him. Alice sighed as she looked at Otto's who was beside her. I was too impulsive just now. I won't do it again. Otto's took a deep breath and said calmly. Bear with it. This Zhuo doesn't look like a tyrannical person. Moreover, he said that he won't be staying on the Sandstone Island for too long. Once he leaves the Sandstone Island, our entire vestigial race will be truly free. After all, without the Lord of the Underworld, the vestigial clan will not be restrained like before. Alice muttered with a complicated expression as she stared at the three figures who had disappeared into the sacred temple. Inside the holy temple's holy hall, there were three figures standing. They were Zhuo and the other two who had entered the holy temple. Brother Zhuo. Since you have taken control of the Sandstone Island, can you immediately take control of the Sandstone Island and go to the second floor? Gu Xian asked impatiently after arriving at the sacred hall. Yes. As long as I want to, I can immediately break through the sky and ascend, but I'm not in a hurry. You should know that the difficulty of the first floor of the Vitality Tower is already so exaggerated. I'm afraid that the second floor will not be easy. The two of you are too weak. If you immediately enter the second floor, I'm afraid that it will be inappropriate. Zhuo shook his head and said. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although Zhuo's words were a bit harsh, they were true. The two of them were indeed too weak. From the moment they entered the Vitality Tower until now, it seemed that they had been relying on Zhuo to get to where they were now. Does Brother Zhuo have any way to increase our strength as soon as possible? However, their eyes soon flashed with a sharp light. They knew that Zhuo had brought this up for a reason. It was very likely that he wanted to help them. Brother Gu, your strength should have reached the complete Earth King stage, right? You are only one step away from advancing to the Heavenly King stage. Brother Hu is slightly weaker, only at the complete Earth King stage. However, I can help all of you reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in a month's time. Zhuo said calmly as he nodded. What? In a month's time, all of us have reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. This is too inconceivable, isn't it? Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's eyes widened and they stuttered. The two of them were still some distance away from the ultimate emperor stage. If they relied on normal cultivation, it would take them at least 5 years. However, Zhuowen said that it would only take a month for them to reach the ultimate emperor stage. This really shocked the two of them. You also know that the yuan qi concentration on this sandstone island is much higher than the outside world, and now that I've become the master of this island, as long as it's the yuan qi on this island, I'll be able to freely manipulate it. With my control, I can completely purify the vitality qi and make it even purer. Coupled with the fact that the vitality qi here is much denser than the outside world, I can still make the two of you reach the ultimate emperor stage within a month. Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuowen was right. With his current status as the controller, as long as he was still on the Sandstone Island, then everything on the Sandstone Island would be under his control. Even the illusory yuan qi was no exception. If Zhuowen was outside the island, it would be quite difficult for him to purify the vitality qi. However, on the island, he had complete control over everything. Purifying the vitality qi was as simple as breathing for him. Thank you, Brother Zhuo. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying smiled and hurriedly cupped their fists. Let's stay in the sacred hall for a month. When the time comes, I will set up a defensive restriction around this place to prevent anyone from disturbing us. After a month, we will set off for the second floor. With that, Zhuowen quickly set up several layers of restrictions around the sacred hall. Then, he began to mobilize the power of the purple-black heart and began to absorb all the vitality qi on the island. He gathered the vitality qi above the sacred temple and poured it into Zhuowen's body in the shape of a funnel. When the vitality qi entered Zhuowen's body, it was filtered by the purple-black heart, leaving behind the purest vitality qi. It dissipated into the sacred hall in a gaseous state, filling it with an extremely dense vitality qi. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's faces lit up when they felt the vitality qi in the sacred hall suddenly become much denser. They hurriedly sat down on the ground and began to silently refine the vitality qi that had been purified by the purple-black heart. After being cleansed by the vitality qi, the purple-black heart's vitality has become even more vigorous. In the process of purifying the vitality qi, Zhuowen suddenly discovered that the purple-black heart's vitality was constantly increasing. Not only did it beat faster, but it also became more vigorous. It seems that the vitality qi on the island is very beneficial to the purple-black heart. This is a good thing for me. With such a discovery, Zhuowen naturally worked even harder to absorb the vitality qi on the island. He began to continuously purify the vitality qi. After all, the purple-black heart was very useful to Zhuowen now. Its abnormal recovery ability was an extremely important life-saving method for him. As long as the purple-black heart was not destroyed, Zhuowen's body would be immortal. Outside the Vitality Tower, whether it was the city lords in the 4 squares or the 5 magnates on the platform in the center of the square, they were all paying attention to the changes in the endless ocean. On the platform, Lu Nantian looked at the screen and said with a smile, "Time flies. It has been more than half a month since the opening of the Vitality Tower. Most of the thousands of islands in the endless ocean have successfully broken through to the second floor. There are still nearly 100 islands left in the endless ocean. The battle for the Vitality Tower this time is quite intense. There are actually quite a few teams from intermediate cities that defeated teams from advanced cities and successfully seized control of the island to enter the second floor of the Vitality Tower." Meteorite Garden Master continued with a faint smile. Hee. It is not uncommon for intermediate cities to defeat advanced cities in the past. Moreover, the teams from intermediate cities that have entered the second floor this time are the top 3 teams among all the intermediate cities. Their foundation is not weaker than the average advanced cities. It is not that rare for them to defeat ordinary advanced cities. Marquis Yongxing Qin, who was so beautiful that he did not look like a man, said in a strange tone. Could it be that Brother Qin thinks that there is a possibility for low cities to defeat advanced cities? The chubby Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang, laughed mischievously. The foundation of low cities is too weak. Even the low cities that are ranked at the top are not as strong as the advanced cities. The Vitality Tower battle has been going on for so many years, but this Marquis has never seen a low cities that can survive the first floor and enter the second floor. Of course, this year is no exception. Marquis Yongxing Qin Nye shook his head. However, I heard that a low-rank city called Rotan Armor City has produced a young half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It seems that the young cultivator is only about 18 years old. Xian Yuanli, the sect master of the ruling sword sect, suddenly interjected. Oh. A low-rank city produced a young half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. And he is only 18 years old. Brother Xian Yuanli, you must be joking. Marquis Yongxing Qin Nye said in disbelief. Everyone knew how weak the foundations of a low-level city were. It was already a miracle that a low-level city could nurture a Heavenly King Realm cultivator. As for a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he had never heard of any low-level city being able to nurture one. If Brother Qin does not believe me, you can retrieve the 1000 knowledge scroll from the mundane stage plaza. That scroll clearly records everything. I have also heard my sect's disciples mention it before. Xian Yuanli stroked his long beard and said with a faint smile. Apart from Lu Nantian, everyone else was moved by Xian Yuanli's words. They knew that a cultivator who could reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in a low-rank city had to be a monstrous talent. Moreover, he was only 18 years old. This was the reason why all the magnates were moved. If the information came from the 1000 knowledge scroll, then Brother Xian Yuanli's words are credible. However, I wonder what that young cultivator's name is. To be able to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in a low-rank city, that little guy must be a monstrous genius. Marquis Yongxing Qin Nye asked with a twinkle in his eyes. I think his name is Zhuowen. Xian Yuanli said while stroking his chin. Chapter 4:16. Wait and see, Qing Lian, that little girl, seems to have mentioned this name before. Could it be the same person? The master of the meteorite murmured to herself. However, she quickly tossed that thought to the back of her mind. Although she was moved by the fact that Zhuowen was able to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm at the age of 18, that was all. After all, the Qing Xian Empire was just too big, and there were many more people with monstrous talents than Zhuowen. With her status, she naturally wouldn't pay too much attention to someone like Zhuowen who she didn't even know. Brother Xianyuan, do you think that Rotan Armor City has the strength to enter the second level of the tower? The silent Lu Nantian suddenly stared at Xianyuanli and asked. To be honest, having a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator is an extremely inconceivable matter for a low-level city. I've also paid attention to Rotan Armor City. They only have 3 members in their team. Aside from Zhuowen, who is exceptionally strong, the other 2 are just passable. With such a lineup, as long as they don't encounter a team that's too strong, it's still possible for them to enter the second level of the tower. Unfortunately. Xianyuanli glanced meaningfully at Lu Nantian and continued, it's a pity that Rotan Armor City's team is assigned to an island with too many experts. Entering the second level of the tower is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The moment Xianyuanli said this, the other 3 magnates focused their attention on the light screen in the sky. After a brief search, they found Rotan Armor City on the Sandstone Island. I didn't think that the Sandstone Island would be assigned to teams from 4 high-level cities at the same time. What's more, there are teams from Thunder Universe City and 9 Dragon City, 2 of the top cities. Brother Xianyuan is right. Rotan Armor City won't be able to compete with Thunder Universe City and 9 Dragon City. After witnessing the strength of the Sandstone Island, the magnate chi practitioners shook their heads. They knew how strong the Nine Dragons City and the Thunder Universe City were. Although they weren't as strong as the super cities, they were far stronger than the ordinary high-grade cities. The five magnates on the stage only discussed for a short while before they stopped paying attention to the situation in Rattan Armor City. Although Zhuowen's talent was shocking, the five magnates had seen all kinds of geniuses over the years. Therefore, they were only curious at the beginning. The mundane stage plaza below the high platform was still the most lively of the four large plazas. A large number of city lords from all over Muqin County were crowded in this relatively small plaza. In a secluded corner of the mundane stage plaza, Guyu Tian, Lu Nanfeng, and Qin Huo were staring at the light screen in the sky with serious expressions. The battle for the elemental Qi Pagoda is indeed Muqin County's greatest event. Just the first floor of the elemental Qi Pagoda has lasted for so long. Unfortunately, our team from Blue Rock City has already been eliminated. The white-haired Lu Nanfeng said bitterly. Brother Lu, you don't have to worry. After all, our low-grade city's foundation is too weak. We can't compete with the high-grade and super cities. It's expected that we would be eliminated. Qin Hua, the city lord of Fiery Flame City, comforted. Brother Qin Hua is right. We're just trying our luck by participating in the battle for the elemental Qi Pagoda. Guyu Tian also comforted Lu Nanfeng. When Zhuowen and the other two first entered the elemental Qi Pagoda, Lu Nanfeng and Qin Hua met Guyu Tian because they were looking for a seat. After half a month of getting along, the three of them became quite close. You're right. Since the start of the elemental Qi Pagoda competition, there has never been a case where a low-grade city passed the first floor. Lu Nanfeng nodded, then looked at Guyu Tian and said, sigh. Brother Gu, your Rattan Armor City should have the highest chance of entering the second floor. After all, your Rattan Armor City has a monstrous half-step ultimate Emperor Realm genius. Unfortunately, your luck is too bad. You were assigned to an island with 4 high-grade city teams. Your Rattan Armor City is truly unfortunate. Qin Hua also shook his head regretfully. Hearing the two's regretful words, a thick bitterness surfaced on Guyu Tian's face. Back then, when he had led Zhuowen and the other two, he had been in high spirits. He believed that with a monstrous genius like Zhuowen, there was still hope for their Rattan Armor City to enter the second level of the Yuan Qi Tower. Unfortunately, their luck was truly terrible to the extreme. They had met a formidable opponent at the first level of the Yuan Qi Tower. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens playing tricks on us. Guyu Tian shook his head helplessly. After inquiring about the strength of Thunder Universe City and Nine Dragons City, these two high-grade cities, Guyu Tian no longer held much hope for Zhuowen and the other two. Our Fiery Flame City team has also been eliminated. Qin Hua suddenly exclaimed, then smiled bitterly. Your Fiery Flame City team has been able to hold on until now. It's already very good. Lu Nanfeng patted Qin Hua's shoulder. Now, only Brother Gu's Rattan Armor City is left. It's already been half a month, but your Rattan Armor City still hasn't been eliminated. Perhaps you can advance to the second floor. Lu Nanfeng and Qin Hua both turned to Guyu Tian and said at the same time. You don't have to comfort me. As the city lord of Rattan Armor City, I know very well what Zhuowen and the other two are capable of. Perhaps it won't be long before they're eliminated. Guyu Tian muttered bitterly. The Earth-level plaza was a kilometer away from the mortal-level plaza. Most of the people standing in the Earth-level plaza were the city lords of high-ranking cities. These city lords of high-ranking cities were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. In a rather conspicuous position in the middle of the square, 3 proud figures were standing. The gazes of the surrounding high-grade city lords were filled with fear and awe as they looked at the 3 figures. These 3 figures were the city lords of high-ranking cities. They were Lubang City's City Lord Seng Han, Nine Dragon City's City Lord Feng Gong, and Thunder Universe City's City Lord Pang Lei. The three of them were the city lords of high-ranking cities. They were also famous experts in Wuxia County. Their strength had basically reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. Although they were only at the first wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, they were already considered top experts in Wuxia County. After all, there were very few Ultimate Emperor realm experts in Wuxia County. I didn't expect the three strongest city lords of high-ranking cities to be gathered together. This is quite rare. Zheng Han, Feng Gong, and Pang Lei can be considered the top battle strength of high-ranking cities. Now that they're standing together, it's quite eye-catching. I heard that the three of them are on par with each other in terms of strength. Now that it's the Battle of the Vitality Tower, the three of them are probably competing with each other. After all, the three of them aren't on good terms with each other. Many cultivators around the Earth Stage Plaza focused their gazes on Zheng Han, Feng Gong, and Pang Lei in the center of the plaza as they discussed animatedly. Zheng Han was a middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard. He wore a long green robe and had the elegant temperament of a scholar. However, those who were familiar with Zheng Han knew that this was only his appearance. If it was a battle, Zheng Han would be more ruthless and merciless than anyone else. Even Feng Gong and Pang Lei were quite afraid of this seemingly harmless Zheng Han. Feng Gong was Feng Long's father. His temperament was similar to Feng Long's. He looked gloomy, making people feel uncomfortable. Pang Lei was the exact opposite of Feng Gong. His muscles were bulging and his short white hair stood up. There was a faint flash of lightning at the tip of his hair. At first glance, one could tell that he had a fiery temper. Brother Feng, Brother Pang, your luck isn't too good. The two teams have actually been assigned to the same island. I'm afraid that the Sandstone Island will really be an extremely difficult struggle. Zheng Han smiled faintly, glancing at Feng Gong and Pang Lei as she said with a smile. Brother Zheng, what do you mean by this? Are you gloating over our misfortune? Feng Gong's face was gloomy and he said to Zheng Han with some dissatisfaction. Brother Feng, don't misunderstand. This Zheng just feels that it's a pity. You must know that the strength of your Nine Dragon City and Brother Pang's Thunder Universe City is superior to many high-grade cities. Now that they have encountered each other, I'm afraid. Zheng Han stopped and said indifferently, after all, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Brother Zheng doesn't need to worry about this matter. Our Thunder Universe City will be the one to successfully enter the second floor of the Spirit Tower. Their Nine Dragon City will be eliminated this time. Pang Lei's muffled voice was filled with confidence. He. Brother Pang is really confident. Aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your tongue? In terms of cultivation, our Feng Long can break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm at any time. In terms of strength, your Thunder Universe City's Pang Tong was defeated by Feng Long. Tell me, what does your Thunder Universe City have to compete with our Nine Dragon City? Don't tell me you think you can win just because you talk big in front of me. Feng Gong sneered sinisterly. Feng Gong. Watch your words. Do you think that you're so great just because your cultivation is high? You're just a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Our Thunder Universe City's Thunder Light Body Tempering Technique is far stronger than ordinary cultivators after reaching the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. Before entering the Spirit Tower, Pang Tong had already reached the Thunder Light Body Tempering Technique. If the two of them fight, I'm afraid that Feng Long won't have much of an advantage. Pang Lei took a step forward and a python-like lightning wrapped around his body. He stared coldly at Feng Gong. Still want to quibble? Your Thunder Universe City's Thunder Light Body Tempering Technique is indeed good, but Pang Tong's cultivation is too low. How much power can he exert? Feng Gong was not to be outdone. A cold aura gushed out of his body as he stared at Pang Lei. Both of you. Arguing at this time is a little unnecessary. Only Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City are left on the Sandstone Island. Moreover, half a month has already passed since the Spirit Tower battle. I'm afraid the results of the Sandstone Island will be out soon. When the time comes, we'll know who will have the last laugh. Tseng Han stood between the two of them with a smile on his face and a kind expression on his face. The two of them glanced at Tseng Han with fear and snorted coldly. They didn't continue to argue. Instead, they stared at the light screen in the sky. Chapter 4:17. The result time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, pillars of light would emerge from the Origin Chi Tower from time to time. These pillars of light contained the figures of the contestants who had survived the Origin Chi Tower and had been eliminated. After 3 days, the 1,000 islands in the boundless ocean on the first floor of the Origin Chi Tower had basically all ascended to the second floor. Only one island remained unmoved, and that was the Sandstone Island. Everyone outside the Origin Chi Tower focused their attention on the information on the last island. They were clearly surprised that there was no movement on this island at all. For groups from high-grade cities have actually appeared on this final Sandstone Island at the same time. However, there are only 2 groups left at this moment. Looks like the ownership of this Sandstone Island should be decided between 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. On the tall platform, LV Nantian had also noticed the situation on this final island. He faintly smiled as he spoke. 9 Dragon City and Universe City, these 2 high-class cities, have extremely strong foundations. Although they can't compare to a super city, they are very close. These 2 seeded teams have encountered each other on the first floor. I have to say that their luck isn't too good. The master of the meteorite shook his head. Did the 2 of you forget about the other team? Apart from 9 Dragon City and Universe City, there is also a team from Rattan Armor City. Xian Yuanli, the leader of the Imperial Sword Sect, pointed at the information on the screen and smiled. Oh. But the team from Zhuowen City? However, as far as I know, both 9 Dragon City and Universe City have several half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in their teams. Does Brother Xian Yuan think that Rattan Armor City has the strength to contend with these 2 teams from high-class cities? Lu Nantian said with a calm expression. Although I don't think that Rattan Armor City can contend with 9 Dragon City and Universe City, the fact that Rattan Armor City has been able to persist until now is probably not simple. However, I am becoming more and more curious about Zhuowen. Xian Yuanli said with a slight smile. It seems that Brother Xian Yuan intends to take Zhuowen as a disciple of the Imperial Sword School. When LV Nantian heard this, he frowned slightly and said. He did not expect that Xian Yuanli would repeatedly display such a strong interest in Zhuowen. In truth, Lu Nantian had noticed Zhuowen a long time ago. He'd heard about the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua in the Mortal Pavilion. What surprised him was that a mere half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Zhuowen was actually able to take on a first-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Lu Yuanhua. After hearing about this, Lu Nantian immediately concealed this matter. This also caused the other 4 authorities to not notice Zhuowen's uniqueness. The reason why Lu Nantian deliberately concealed Zhuowen's matter was because he treasured talent. As the strongest expert in Muqin County, Lu Nantian's breadth of mind was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although he knew that Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua had some conflicts, as long as it wasn't a life-and-death feud, this conflict could basically be resolved. Lu Nantian was an ambitious and ruthless person. He would not ignore the overall situation because of personal grudges. It was precisely because of Zhuowen's stunning performance that Lu Nantian was even more curious about Zhuowen. He wanted to see the limits of this youth from a low-level city, so he deliberately arranged for him to be on the Sandstone Island. Of course, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. Zhuowen had not been eliminated in the teams from 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. This already showed that Zhuowen was not simple. Zhuowen's talent could be said to be catching up to Luitao. With such talent, if he was accepted into the house of Marquis Qin and focused on training, although his strength would not be comparable to Luitao's in a short period of time, it would not be a problem for him to reach the level of his second son, Lu Yongsheng. Therefore, even if Zhuowen was eliminated in the first layer of the Vitality Tower, Lu Nantian planned to accept him into the house of Marquis Qin and train him as a core disciple. Now, the house of Marquis Qin urgently needed talents. After all, the Battle of the Nine Counties, which was related to the honor of Muqin County, was not far away. He had to do his best to train powerful geniuses. And the best way to select geniuses was none other than the Vitality Tower battle. This was a grand event that gathered countless young geniuses in Muqin County. Every time such a grand event was held, the 5 superpowers of the county would choose the geniuses they wanted to nurture. Now that Lu Nantian saw that Lu Nantian was so interested in Zhuowen, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this was the first genius he had taken a fancy to. Oh. Looking at Brother Lu's expression, it seems that you are also interested in Zhuowen. Hehe, although this Zhuowen's strength is not very strong, his talent is exceptional. This one indeed has the intention of accepting him as a disciple. Xian Yuanli looked meaningfully at Lu Nantian and said with a faint smile. Squinting his eyes, Lu Nantian suddenly laughed and said, "This Lu has always thought that Brother Xuanyuan's vision was very high. I did not expect that you would take a fancy to a warrior from a low-level city. This Lu is a little surprised. However, whether Zhuowen will enter your Imperial Sword School or not is not up to Brother Xianyuan. It is up to Zhuowen's decision. It seems that Brother Lu is also somewhat interested. However, Brother Lu, what you said is also reasonable. Whether Zhuowen stays or leaves is really not up to us to decide. It is up to Zhuowen himself to decide." Xian Yuanli said with a faint smile. The master of the meteorite, Marquis Yongsheng, and Marquis Baichuan looked at Xian Yuanli and Lu Nantian with some surprise. The three of them did not expect that Lu Nantian and Xian Yuanli would both want to accept Zhuowen as a disciple. This made the three of them very puzzled. Although Zhuowen had relied on the resources of a low-level city to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm and his talent was not bad, it was not enough to make these two giants fight over him. The master of the meteorite and the other two did not know about the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua. Therefore, they did not know how powerful Zhuowen's talent was. This was also the reason why Lu Nantian wanted to accept Zhuowen into the house of Marquis Qin. As for Xian Yuanli, he had sharply observed Lu Nantian's strange expression. Therefore, he only mentioned Zhuowen to test him. However, he did not expect that the Lu Nantian would care so much about Zhuowen. Coupled with Zhuowen's extraordinary performance, he guessed that Zhuowen was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, he naturally wanted to accept him as a disciple. After all, after every battle for the Vitality Tower, the 5 major powers would frantically recruit many selected geniuses. It would not make much difference if Zhuowen was added. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the Vitality Tower and landed on the ground at the bottom of the tower. Whoosh! 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 Countless eyes gathered on this beam of light. They knew that the results of the Sandstone Island, the last island in the endless ocean, were about to be announced. However, they did not know which team would be eliminated this time. There are only 3 teams left on the Sandstone Island. This time, the team that will be eliminated from the Vitality Tower should be Tingjia City. After all, Tingjia City only has 3 members in their team. They are not at the same level as Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. The master of the meteorite chuckled. On the high platform, the other 4 magnates nodded in agreement. The difference between a low-level city and a high-level city was extremely huge. Although there was a monstrous genius like Zhuowen leading the team, the strength of an individual was ultimately limited. However, the fact that Tingjia City was able to hold on until now is enough to prove that Zhuowen is not ordinary. Xian Yuanli finally praised Zhuowen. In the Earth Stage Plaza, when Pang Lei and Feng Gong noticed the beam of light, they both held their breaths and narrowed their eyes. They wanted to see the figure in the beam of light clearly. "Brother Pang, Brother Feng, the two of you are too nervous. This beam of light definitely does not belong to Nine Dragons City or Thunder Universe City. I'm afraid it should be from Tingjia City." Tseng Han shook his head and said. When Pang Lei and Feng Gong heard this, they both noticed that there were still 3 teams left on the Sandstone Island. 2 of them should be Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City, and the last one should be Tingjia City. "We were making a fuss just now. Brother Tseng, please forgive us. However, what I find strange is that even Green Dragon City and Jiayu City, which are slightly weaker high-level cities, have been eliminated early on. How could there be a team from a low-level city that can still hold on until now? This is really strange." Feng Gong shook his head and smiled, then said with some doubt. "Hee. I'm afraid that the team leader of Tingjia City is a complete coward. The moment he entered the Sandstone Island, he immediately found a place to hide. That's how he managed to hold on until now." Pang Lei crossed his arms and sneered. Pang Lei did not think that Tingjia City, which was only a low-level city, had relied on their strength to hold on until now. In their opinion, the possibility of that was almost zero. Brother Pang's words make some sense. The so-called geniuses sent by low-level cities are just a joke to us. In the Vitality Tower, these geniuses from low-level cities are like cannon fodder. However, the funny thing is that those low-level cities still overestimate themselves and send their so-called geniuses every time. Hee, they are simply here to die. Feng Gong nodded and said. "The two of you don't need to say anymore. That beam of light will soon lose its brilliance. At that time, we will know whether Tingjia City is inside or not." Tseng Han smiled. Hearing this, Pang Lei and Feng Gong's gazes converged on the beam of light again. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was not as tense as before. Whoosh! The white light slowly dissipated, and a burly figure covered in cuts and bruises appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man in his 20s with short silver hair. His clothes were ragged, and he was covered in wounds. He looked extremely miserable. "This is Pang Tong." At this moment, the originally relaxed Pang Lei and Feng Gong were stunned. Even the smile on Tseng Han's face, who was standing between the two of them, froze at this moment. The 5 magnates on the high platform also focused their gazes on this figure. When they realized that this figure was not the Zhuoan they had expected, their faces became a little stiff. Then, their gazes converged on the light screen in the sky again. Chapter 418. Covered in cuts and bruises, Tong, A bestial roar erupted from the Earth Stage Plaza. A terrifying figure made of lightning shot out and arrived before Pang Tong, who was covered in cuts and bruises at the bottom of the tower. "Tong, who beat you up like this? Was it Feng Long?" Pang Lei's eyes were filled with killing intent as he supported Pang Tong, who was on the verge of collapse. "Father!" Feng Long broke through in the origin tower. At this moment, Pang Tong was extremely weak. After all, he'd taken Feng Long's full-force attack head-on. That was the full-force attack of an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If he was an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he probably would have died a long time ago. He actually broke through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. What a damned little bastard. Pang Lei flew into a rage when he heard this. Fortunately, he was still rational and quickly helped Pang Tong up. He took out a spirit medicine that could restore energy from his Qinkuan pouch and crushed it into liquid before sending it into Pang Tong's mouth. He repeated this several times before finally stabilizing Pang Tong's injuries. Although Pang Tong's voice wasn't loud, everyone present was a city lord. Naturally, their hearing wasn't bad and they clearly heard what Pang Tong said. I never thought that 9 Dragon City's Feng Long would successfully overcome his tribulation and break through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Looks like 9 Dragon City will definitely get a good ranking in the Origin Tower battle. Originally, Feng Long wasn't much stronger than Pang Tong. But now that he has broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm, he's transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. He has truly entered the ranks of the top experts in Muqin County and has the ability to compete with the geniuses from the super cities. I'm so envious. Doesn't that mean 9 Dragon City has 2 ultimate Emperor realm experts? It looks like 9 Dragon City has hope of becoming a super city. An uproar rose in the 4 large squares. Everyone was filled with envy as they stared at Feng Gong, who was still pleasantly surprised in the middle of the Earth Stage Plaza. Brother Feng. You're really lucky. 9 Dragon City's Feng Long actually broke through to the ultimate Emperor realm in the Origin Tower. Tseng Han looked at Feng Gong with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that Feng Long of 9 Dragon City would be the first to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Feng Gong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. When he heard Pang Tong say that Feng Long had broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm, he felt his mind go blank. Then, he was struck speechless by the boundless excitement and joy. Brother Tseng is too courteous. Long was just lucky. Hee hee. Feng Gong cupped his hands and said with a beaming face. Brother Feng, you're being too modest. Since Feng Long has also broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm, then your 9 Dragon City is the undisputed #1 city among the high-ranked cities. After all, only 9 Dragon City can have 2 ultimate Emperor realm experts at the same time. Tseng Han said with envy. Feng Gong laughed out loud. Just as he was about to speak, a violent gust of wind suddenly swept over from afar, and directly blasted towards his face. Boom! With a gloomy expression, Feng Gong clasped his hands together and blocked the gust of wind. Then, he let out a muffled groan and staggered back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. Pang Lei, what are you trying to do? Feng Gong stared coldly at the enraged Pang Lei as he steadied himself. What am I trying to do? You still have the nerve to ask such a question. Pang Tong was beaten to the brink of death by Feng Long of your 9 Dragon City, and several other members of my 9 Dragon City died. I, Pang Lei, will not let this matter rest. Pang Lei's breathing was heavy as he glared at Feng Gong with burning rage. Laughable. Deaths and injuries are unavoidable in the battle for the Origin Chi Tower. Since Pang Tong of Thunder Universe City was inferior, he can't blame anyone even if Long killed him. Since Pang Tong is still alive, it means that Long has already shown mercy. You actually dare to ask for an explanation in front of me? Feng Gong's eyes were gloomy as he spoke eerily. Show mercy. Show mercy. What a good show. Feng Gong, you're going to die. Hearing this, Pang Lei became even angrier. He stomped his foot and countless lightning bolts gushed out, rushing straight toward Feng Gong. At this time, Pang Lei had lost all reason, which gave Feng Gong a headache. However, his strength was on par with Pang Lei, so he was naturally not afraid of a fight. He snorted coldly and released a powerful aura without showing any weakness, preparing to fight with Pang Lei. Thunder Universe City's City Lord Pang Lei actually fought with Feng Gong directly. It seems that Pang Tong's injuries are not light. Otherwise, Pang Lei wouldn't be so angry. Nonsense, Pang Tong is in a state of near death. You say his injuries are not heavy? With Pang Lei's fiery temper, it's natural for him to go straight to Feng Gong. However, I think the 5 lords on the high platform won't let the 2 of them fight. After all, private fights are prohibited here. The sounds of discussion rang out. The gazes of all the city lords on the 4 large plazas were attracted by Pang Lei and Feng Gong, and they commented from time to time. Sure enough, when the battle between Pang Lei and Feng Gong was about to break out, a fierce aura suddenly burst out from the high platform. It was like a towering mountain that fiercely suppressed the two of them, causing them to be unable to move. The battle for the Vitality Tower is a matter of life and death. Injuries and deaths are inevitable. This has already been stipulated. If the two of you dare to fight like this again, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Nanshan's deep voice came from the high platform. It was full of energy and lingered in the air. When the voice dissipated, the suffocating aura also retreated like the tide. Pang Lei and Feng Gong immediately regained their ability to move, and their faces were filled with deep reverence. They knew that just now should be a warning from Marquis Lu Nantian. If the two of them continued to fight like this, they would probably be obliterated. Thank you for your advice, Marquis Lu. The two of us won't dare to do this again. The two of them respectfully bowed to the high platform, and then glared at each other fiercely before returning to the Earth Stage Plaza. Why do the two of you act like your mortal enemies? Since Pang Tong didn't die, it means that Feng Long should have been merciful. Otherwise, with the huge gap between an Ultimate Emperor realm and a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, Pang Tong shouldn't have been able to come out alive. Tseng Han smiled faintly and quickly stepped forward to act as a mediator. When the two of them heard this, their expressions eased slightly. After all, there was not much difference in strength between them, so there was no need to make things too difficult. Hee. Brother Pang, you let me win. It seems that your Thunder Universe City has no chance of participating in this year's Vitality Tower battle. Feng Gong laughed sinisterly. Humph. Feng Gong, are you so confident that your Nine Dragon City will be the final winner? You should know that Nine Dragon City is not the only team on the Sandstone Island right now. Pang Lei's expression was ugly, but due to the rules here, he didn't dare to act out and coldly replied. Oh. Could it be that Brother Pang thinks that a lowly Rattan Armor City can defeat our Nine Dragon City? But didn't Brother Pang say that the reason Rattan Armor City was able to hold on until now was because they didn't dare to come out as soon as they entered the Sandstone Island? Why have you changed your opinion now? Feng Gong sneered. Humph. Pang Lei snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He had indeed said that just now, but now that Feng Gong had used it to smash his own foot, he was suddenly speechless. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the control of the Sandstone Island belonged to Nine Dragon City. He had never cared about Rattan Armor City. The only reason he had said that just now was because he was unwilling to accept it. Whoosh! Another beam of light shot out from the Essence Chi Pagoda, which immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. On the high platform, Lu Nantian calmly said, another beam of light has appeared. It seems that the remaining two teams on the Sandstone Island have already decided the result. This beam of light should be the team from Rattan Armor City. To be able to hold on until now, Rattan Armor City's team has really exceeded my expectations. Xian Yuanli stroked his long beard and said with satisfaction. He had originally intended to take Zhuowen as his disciple, so naturally, he hoped that Zhuowen's performance would be as outstanding as possible. Now, it seemed that Zhuowen's performance had indeed satisfied him. The other three giants also nodded. As people who stood at the top of Muqin County, they knew very well how big the gap between a low-rank city and a high-rank city was. Furthermore, Nine Dragon City was an extremely powerful existence among high-rank cities. Rattan Armor City's elimination at the last moment had indeed moved them quite a bit. In the four squares, countless city lords were also staring at the beam of light. Although they knew that it was very likely that Rattan Armor City was inside the beam of light, they still looked forward to it. This was because it was extremely rare for a low-rank city to be able to hold on until now. Therefore, they all wanted to see what the genius from Rattan Armor City was like. Among them, the most relaxed one was Feng Gong. On the Sandstone Island, Feng Long's biggest opponent should be the team from Thunder Universe City. Since the team from Thunder Universe City had already been eliminated, the final result was without a doubt that it would belong to Nine Dragon City. Although he was already certain in his heart, Gong still focused his gaze on the beam of light. He also wanted to see what the genius from Rattan Armor City was like. Whoosh! The white light gradually faded, and a graceful figure slowly appeared at the bottom of the Vitality Tower. It was a graceful woman in red. At this moment, the woman looked around with a blank expression. After discovering her surroundings, a trace of bitterness appeared on her pretty face. She knew that she had been completely eliminated. Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes suddenly gathered on the woman in red. These gazes were filled with a trace of doubt. They remembered that in the records on the light screen, there were only 3 people in Rattan Armor City's team. Moreover, they should be 3 men. These gazes shifted towards the light curtain in the sky while carrying this trace of doubt. Immediately, the entire square descended into a strange silence. Moreover, this silence was accompanied by the sound of people inhaling cold air one after another. Chapter 419. Scramble, what? It wasn't Tingjia City that was eliminated, but Nine Dragons City? What's going on? Isn't Tingjia City a low-level city? How come Nine Dragons City was eliminated? What happened to the Sandstone Island? This is unbelievable. In this year's Origin Chi Tower battle, a low-level city actually managed to defeat a high-level city. This is something that has never happened in so many years. The uproar was like an avalanche, rising continuously in the square. Many city lords could not help but rub their eyes and look again at the light screen in the distance, thinking that they had seen wrongly. However, after looking at it a few times, they finally did not doubt the result on the light screen. One could imagine how intense the shock in their hearts was. On the high platform, Lu Nantian and the other 4 magnates narrowed their eyes when they saw the result. Even they didn't expect Tingjia City to advance. We still underestimated that Zhuoan. He actually defeated Nine Dragon City's team. How amazing! Lu Nantian shook his head as his eyes flashed. Ha! Hang Tong just said that Nine Dragon City's Feng Long successfully broke through his bottleneck in the Vitality Tower and reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. To be able to defeat Feng Long, who is already in the Ultimate Emperor realm, Zhuoan must also be in the Ultimate Emperor realm. What a genius! This kid is only 18 years old, right? TSK. Xian Yuanli didn't hide his praise. This result is indeed out of everyone's expectations. This young man named Zhuoan's talent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Brother Lu and Brother Xianyuan thought so highly of this Zhuoan. Recently, my Jade Lady Star Court needs a few male disciples. This Zhuoan is very pleasing to my eyes, so I won't be polite. The Master of the Meteorite covered her mouth and giggled. Hearing the Master of the Meteorite's words, Lu Nantian and Xianyuan Li's expressions changed slightly. They knew that Zhuoan's performance was too dazzling, so the Master of the Meteorite wanted to interfere. They couldn't help but curse the former for being cunning and shameless. Little Sister Meteorite, you're wrong. That Zhuoan must be a handsome man. He's probably more suitable for our Yongxing Marquis. Qin Nye, who was a little sissy, also spoke. He winked at the Master of the Meteorite, causing the latter's expression to darken. Brother Qin, you haven't even seen Zhuoan. How do you know that Zhuoan is a handsome man? In my opinion, as long as one is a man, they will worship strength. Everyone in our house of Marquis of Baichuan is a brave warrior with great strength. That Zhuoan is a young man full of vigor and vitality. I'm afraid he is most suitable for our house of Baichuan. The fat and round Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang, interrupted loudly. At this moment, the 5 magnates on the high platform were somewhat moved by Zhuoan, who they had never met before. They were very clear about the strength of the Nine Dragons City team. Even the teams from high-ranked cities were just nobodies in front of the Nine Dragons City team. They were extremely strong. Moreover, Feng Long had advanced to the ultimate emperor realm in the Yuan Qi Tower. But even so, he was still eliminated. What did this mean? This meant that Tingjia City, which was still on the Sandstone Island, was still stronger than Nine Dragons City. The leader of Tingjia City, Zhuoan, was even stronger than Feng Long. Moreover, that Zhuoan was only around 18 years old. He was so young and came from a low-ranked city. Moreover, he was an ultimate emperor realm cultivator with decent strength. Such a genius was rare even among the 5 superpowers. This was also the reason why the 5 magnates were so interested in Zhuoan. Alright, there's no need to argue anymore. It's not up to us to decide which power Zhuoan will join. That Zhuoan will decide for himself. Even if you fight until you break your heads, he won't necessarily agree right now. Lu Nantian said in a low voice. The moment Lu Nantian's words came out, the people on the high platform stopped arguing. After all, Lu Nantian was the strongest of the 5, so they would still give him face. Brother Lu is right. It won't be too late to talk about it after the battle for the Vitality Tower. At the bottom of the Vitality Tower, Zhou Li, who had just been teleported out, quickly sensed the gazes of countless people around her. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She didn't like the feeling of being stared at, so she lightly stepped on the ground and directly flew towards the Earth Stage Plaza. How could Zhou Li be teleported out? How could our 9 Dragon City be eliminated? That's impossible. In the center of the plaza, Feng Gong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He looked at Zhou Li with a face full of disbelief and muttered in a low voice. Zheng Han and Pang Lei were also stunned by this result, but the two quickly regained their calm. Although they didn't know what had happened on the Sandstone Island, they knew that 9 Dragon City had also been eliminated. Moreover, it seemed that among the 8 people from 9 Dragon City, only Zhou Li had left the Vitality Tower alive. Feng Long, on the other hand, was most likely dead. Feng Gong. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Your 9 Dragon City is not much better than our Thunder Universe City. Didn't you also get eliminated? Pang Lei naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule Feng Gong and sneered. Feng Gong's complexion was gloomy. He didn't answer Pang Lei. He just stared straight at Zhou Li, who was coming towards the plaza. He wanted to know what had happened on the Sandstone Island. Whoosh! The Origin Qi Tower was not far from the Earth Stage Plaza, and Zhou Li soon arrived at the plaza. Her beautiful eyes scanned the plaza, and she immediately noticed Feng Gong at the center of the plaza, whose face was extremely gloomy. Slightly lowering her head, Zhou Li lightly stepped on the void and slowly arrived in front of Feng Gong. City Lord. Zhou Li. What the hell is going on? Why was our 9 Dragon City eliminated? Where is Feng Long? Where are the others? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Feng Gong asked in a low voice. At the same time, Zheng Han and Pang Lei, who were standing beside Feng Gong, also looked at Zhou Li with interest. They also wanted to know the situation on the Sandstone Island. Although the result was already set, this result was already beyond their expectations. 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City, who were originally the most optimistic, were actually eliminated one after another. Instead, the inconspicuous Rotten Armor City lasted until the end. Originally, Pang Lei and the others could ask Pang Tong, but Pang Tong's injuries were too serious. After being teleported out of the Vitality Tower, he simply fainted, so now they could only ask Zhou Li. Big Brother Feng and the others are all dead. Zhou Li's lips were full of a bitter smile as she said with trembling lips. Boom! Hearing this, Feng Gong only felt his mind go blank. His whole body froze on the spot. You! What did you say? Long, he's dead. Didn't Pang Tong say that Long had a breakthrough in the Vitality Tower? How could he be dead? How could he be dead? Feng Gong's hands tightly grasped Zhou Li's shoulders as he roared with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Li only felt a piercing pain in her shoulders. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. She could only grit her teeth and say, it should be that Zhuoan from Rattan Armor City who killed him. That Zhuoan is really too terrifying. Even if Big Brother Feng broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, he's still far from being a match for that Zhuoan. Rattan Armor City's Zhuoan. What a joke, how could a cultivator from a low-level city kill Feng Long? Zhou Li, are you hiding something? The Origin Qi Tower is fraught with danger. Presumably, Feng Long accidentally stepped into some trap and lost his life, right? Zheng Han frowned, not believing Zhou Li's words. Feng Long was extremely powerful. When he was at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, his strength was comparable to an early Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. If he broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, he would directly advance to the Mid-Ultimate Emperor realm. His strength was not something that an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator could kill. That Zhuoan was merely a cultivator from a low-level city. How could he possibly be a match for Feng Long? Zhou Li shook her head with a bitter smile when she heard this. She said, you've all underestimated that Zhuoan. That fellow is simply a monster. His talent is not inferior to that of the geniuses of the 5 superpowers in the provincial capital. Back then, Zhuoan was only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, but he was already comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Even if Big Brother Feng broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, he still wasn't a match for that Zhuoan. Later on, that Zhuoan also underwent a heavenly tribulation on the Sandstone Island. His strength increased explosively by several times. Killing us was like slaughtering dogs to him. If the 3 city lords don't believe me, you can ask Pang Tong. Pang Tong has a rather good understanding of Zhuoan's strength. That fellow is ridiculously strong. Is it possible for a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator to possess the battle prowess of a peak Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator? I'm afraid that even the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin, Lvitao, wasn't as strong when he was at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. When the 3 city lords heard this, their faces were filled with shock. If what Zhou Li said was true, then Zhuoan was simply too monstrous. What Zhou Li said is very possible. That Zhuoan is indeed very strong. If he had also broken through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, his strength would only be greater than Feng Long's. A weak voice suddenly sounded. The 4 city lords looked towards the source of the voice and happened to see a pale-faced Pang Tong being supported by someone as he walked towards them. Since Pang Tong had said so, Zheng Han and the others frowned slightly. They finally began to carefully size up Rattan Armor City. At the same time, they began to feel shocked. Since when had such a monstrous genius appeared in a low-level city? Rattan Armor City's Zhuoan, huh? I, Feng Gong, will not let him off so easily after killing the people of my 9 Dragons city. Feng Gong's eyes were cold as he secretly remembered Zhuoan. He decided that after the battle for the Tower of Vitality was over, he would secretly get rid of that Zhuoan. He would not let Feng Long's death be in vain. Compared to the lifeless Earth-level plaza, the mortal-level plaza was extremely lively. Countless city lords in the plaza were staring at the 3 words, Rattan Armor City, on the screen with blazing eyes. They knew that this low-level city called Rattan Armor City had successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the Tower of Vitality. A genius from a low-level city has actually advanced to the 2nd level of the Tower of Vitality. How many years has it been since something like this has happened? It's been a very, very long time. I can't even remember how long it has been. I only remember that a long time ago, a genius from a low-level city defeated a genius from another city and successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the Tower of Vitality. I never thought that something like this would happen again today, This Rattan Armor City has really brought honor to us low-level cities. To be able to seize control of the soaring island from a high-level city's team isn't that simple, but Rattan Armor City has done it. How satisfying. Chapter 420. Announcing, I've never heard of this Rattan Armor City before. Among the teams from Thunder Universe City and Nine Dragons City, who were both powerful advanced cities, it wasn't easy to seize control of the Sandstone Island. Rattan Armor City has really cultivated a true genius. All the city lords of the low-level cities in the Mortal Plaza were eagerly looking around the plaza. They really wanted to see who the city lord of Rattan Armor City was. After all, it had been many years since a genius from a low-level city had successfully advanced to the second level of the Vitality Tower. Tang. Guyu Tian, Lu Nanfeng, and Qin Hua, who had been sitting together, suddenly stood up. They stared at the information on the screen in the sky, their faces full of disbelief. Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City were both eliminated. Only Rattan Armor City wasn't eliminated. This. Am I hallucinating? Guyu Tian rubbed his eyes and mumbled to himself as if he was sleep-talking. Brother Gu. This isn't a hallucination. This is real. Your Rattan Armor City obtained control of the last Ascension Island, the Sandstone Island. Moreover, it was an island with 4 teams from high-level cities. This is really amazing. Lu Nanfeng said excitedly. Even the taciturn Qin Hua was filled with excitement at this moment. Their low-level cities were the lowest-level existences in Muqin County. Regardless of whether it was middle-level, high-level, or super-level cities, none of them had ever taken a low-level city seriously because they all believed that low-level cities were so lowly that they could almost be ignored. However, today was different. Rattan Armor City, which was also a low-level city, had done it. It had done something that many mid-level and high-level cities might not necessarily be able to do. Moreover, it had eliminated Thunder Universe City and Nine Dragons City, which were ranked in the top 3 among high-level cities. It had to be said that this feat had brought honor to their low-level cities. Guyu Tian patted his cheeks and realized that this was real. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It's real. It's actually real. Lu Nanfeng smiled and said, it seems that the reason why Vine Armor City is able to achieve what it is today is all because of little friend Zhuowen. As expected, young friend Zhuowen isn't simple. An ordinary cultivator can't compare to a cultivator who was able to reach the ultimate emperor realm on his own. After Pang Tong teleported out of the tower, he said that Feng Long of Nine Dragons City had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. In the end, it was Nine Dragons City that was eliminated. I'm afraid that little friend Zhuowen has broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. Qin Hua's observation skills were clearly much sharper than the other two. Based on Pang Tong's words and the final result, he quickly deduced that it was very likely that Zhuowen had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. Brother Qin Hua is right. Little friend Zhuowen's talent is already amazing, and the energy inside the tower is much denser than outside. With little friend Zhuowen's talent, it's very normal for him to break through in the tower. Brother Gu, it looks like your Vine Armor City is about to soar. You have to know that a city with an ultimate emperor realm cultivator is basically a high-class city. Let me congratulate you first, Brother Gu. Lu Nanfeng's expression became even more fervent when she heard this. She knew that with a monstrous genius like Zhuowen in Vine Armor City, it was only a matter of time before it developed into a high-class city. Brother Lu, you flatter me. It's not that easy to establish a high-class city. Although Guyu Tian's words were modest, the smile on his face revealed his current mood. At the same time, he was very grateful to Zhuowen. He knew that if it weren't for Zhuowen, Vine Armor City would have been nothing more than cannon fodder in the tower. When the final result of the Sandstone Island came out, Lu Nantian waved his sleeve. The screen in the air flashed and dazzling lines of information appeared. These were the names of the cities that had successfully reached the second floor of the tower. There were close to 100 super cities, and all of them had successfully reached the second floor. 99% of the remaining cities were high-class cities, and there were only a dozen or so mid-class cities. These mid-class cities didn't encounter any powerful high-class cities on the first floor. Some of the islands they were on didn't even have a high-class city team. In this battle for the tower, only one low-class city had successfully reached the second floor, and that was Vine Armor City. It could be said that a low-class city like Vine Armor City was rather dazzling and unconventional among the many super and high-class cities. The first floor of the tower has ended. The results are all in the light screen. These teams were able to successfully reach the second floor among hundreds of thousands of competing forces. It can be said that they have both luck and strength. Lu Nanshan's voice was strong, and it echoed around the tower under the amplification of Yuan Qi. In the square, countless city lords stared at the information on the light screen with blazing eyes. To be able to stand out from hundreds of thousands of forces, the 1,000 teams were no pushovers. Presumably, the competition on the second floor of the tower would be even more intense and exciting than the first floor. This year's battle for the tower is probably much more prosperous than before. Not only are there many more mid-class city teams reaching the second floor, but there's even a low-class city team that suddenly made it to the second floor. I really have to say that the quality of this year's battle for the tower is much better than before. Actually, what I'm most concerned about is how many floors Vine Armor City can reach. This is the first low-class city to successfully reach the second floor since the beginning of the battle for the tower. I'm extremely curious about this team. You're thinking too much, aren't you? The second floor of the tower is even harsher. It's said that out of the 1,000 teams that entered the second floor, only 100 teams can successfully reach the third floor. The remaining 90% are basically eliminated. It can be said that the second floor is even more cruel than the first floor. Hiss. The elimination rate is really high. The super cities, the 5 major factions of the prefecture capital, and some extremely powerful forces, I'm afraid there's already more than 100 teams. With such intense competition, I'm afraid even the strongest high-class cities would find it extremely difficult to qualify. Vine Armor City is indeed not bad, but it's still as difficult as ascending to the third floor. In the plaza, many teams that had been eliminated didn't immediately leave the plaza. Instead, they stood in the plaza in high spirits and observed the information on the light screen. The battle for the tower was a grand event that happened once in 100 years. They naturally wouldn't leave so quickly. Of course, they wanted to properly see the geniuses of this year's battle for the tower. Since Vine Armor City was the first low-class city in history to successfully reach the second floor of the tower, it could be said that it was extremely popular in the plaza. Many people couldn't help but bring the topic of conversation to Vine Armor City. Sure enough, gold shines wherever it is. Even though little friend Zhuoan only led a team from a low-class city, he was still able to smoothly reach the second floor of the tower. This old man misjudged back then. I thought little friend Zhuoan would have a hard time achieving anything in the tower with the pitiful foundation of Vine Armor City. In the Sky Plaza, the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yintu, stared straight at the light screen as he shook his head inside. That little fellow Zhuoan is unfathomable. Even this old man sometimes has a hard time seeing through his depth. Actually, from the beginning, this old man felt that Zhuoan would definitely have an extremely good performance in the battle for the tower. Now, this result shows that this old man's judgment was right. Qiu Chou was in a good mood as he laughed loudly. Back then, Qiu Chou had greatly admired Zhuoan and even took the initiative to help Zhuoan time and time again. It was precisely because of Zhuoan's terrifying talent. What a pity. If Zhuoan was from our Broken Rock City, that would be great. Perhaps our Broken Rock City could nurture a genius that isn't any weaker than the 5 superpowers. Ouyang Yintu said with some regret. Zhuoan's talent made him very envious. If he was born in his Broken Rock City, as the city lord, he would definitely do his best to nurture him. It wasn't impossible for him to nurture a genius comparable to the 5 superpowers' younger generation. However, this was only his wishful thinking. Yuntu. Nothing can be forced. If this little fellow Zhuoan continues to develop like this, he will definitely be one of the strongest in the Qing Xian Empire in the future. Building a good relationship with him now will be extremely beneficial for the future development of our Broken Rock City. Xiao Chou shook his head and smiled. That's true. After all, little friend Zhuoan is a member of our Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild. Speaking of which, he is also a member of our Broken Rock City. Ouyang Yintu said with a slight curl of his lips. On the high platform, Lu Nantian straightened his back and stepped forward. He swept his gaze over the crowd below and said loudly, since the first level of the Tower of Vitality has ended, the second level is about to begin. Representatives of the 1,000 cities that have already advanced, please step forward. After Lu Nantian finished speaking, everyone in the Heaven Stage Plaza turned into shadows and neatly ascended the high platform. Obviously, all the teams from the super cities had successfully advanced. There were quite a lot of people in the Earth Stage Plaza as well. Roughly half of the people had made their way up to the high platform. As for 9 Dragon Cities Feng Gong and Thunder Universe Cities Pang Lei, they could only grimace as they watched the city lords walk past them. There were even fewer people in the Mortal Stage Plaza, only a dozen or so figures. However, these dozen or so figures were like stars surrounding the moon. Under the respectful and envious gazes of many mid-level city lords in the Mortal Stage Plaza, they slowly ascended the high platform. After all, these dozen or so mid-level cities were able to advance to the second level of the Tower of Vitality, which could be considered as gaining face for their mid-level cities. Finally, there was the Mortal Stage Plaza. Among the 4 major plazas, there was no doubt that the Mortal Stage Plaza had the most people. At a glance, there were more than 100,000 people densely packed in the plaza. At this time, with so many plazas, it should be extremely noisy, but at this time, it was dead silent. It was eerily silent. Everyone automatically opened up a path. They all wanted to see what the city lord of Rattan Armor City looked like. Even the city lords of the other 3 plazas could not help but focus their gazes on the Mortal Stage Plaza. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. Chapter 421. On the stage on the high platform, the gazes of the 5 magnates were all focused on Guyu Tian, who was slowly walking out from the Mortal Stage Plaza. Their eyes were originally filled with anticipation, but when they saw Guyu Tian, the light in their eyes instantly dimmed. He's only at the Great Circle of the Earth King stage. The cultivation of this Rattan Armor City's city lord is a little weak. Lu Nantian frowned and muttered. Originally, he thought that the city lord of Rattan Armor City, who was able to cultivate a genius like Zhuoan, would definitely not be weak. Even if he was weak, he should at least be at the Heavenly King stage or the Ultimate Emperor stage. However, he never thought that Guyu Tian was only at the Great Circle of the Earth King stage. The other 4 magnates' expressions were similar to Lu Nanshan's. Obviously, Guyu Tian's cultivation had exceeded their expectations. Guyu Tian appeared extremely restrained in the face of the countless gazes around him. Even his movements were a little hesitant, and he even trembled slightly as he walked. After all, the city lords on the high platform were all very powerful, and even the weakest among them was a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. As for him, a mere Earth King stage cultivator, standing next to so many powerful experts, anyone would feel nervous. Guyu Tian's extremely restrained and even fearful behavior was naturally seen by the city lords on the high platform. Immediately, the city lords revealed looks of contempt because Guyu Tian's behavior was like a country bumpkin who had just arrived at the city. This Rattan Armor City's city lord is so weak. I really don't know how the Rattan Armor City team in the Origin Chi Tower eliminated 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. Maybe Rattan Armor City is just lucky. After all, Thunder Universe City and 9 Dragon City's strength are on par. If the 2 sides fought, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City's team was lucky and picked up a big bargain. Many people in the plaza began to talk about Gu Yutian. Many people had mocking expressions on their faces towards Gu Yutian's stage fright. Even many of the city lords in the mundane plaza had a trace of doubt on their faces. Among them, the ones with the most displeased expressions were Nine Dragons City's Feng Gong and Thunder Universe City's Pang Lei. To think that a team from one of the top 3 advanced cities would actually lose to a team from Rattan Armor City, which was under the command of a country bumpkin. Naturally, this did not feel good. After climbing up the platform with great difficulty, Gu Yutian awkwardly realized that all the good spots on the platform had been taken by other people. Helpless, Gu Yutian could only stand on the edge of the platform and tiptoe. Gu Yutian felt his cheeks burning when he sensed the mocking gazes from all around him. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. After all, his aura was undoubtedly the weakest on the high platform. Anyone on the high platform could easily kill him. Ha! Brother Gu, there's no need to be so reserved. We have a lot of space here. Come over here. Just as Gu Yutian was in a dilemma, a rather hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Soon after, a black-robed Xiao Chou led Ouyang Yintu to Gu Yutian's side. His face was filled with a courteous smile. Isn't this the #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Xiao Chou? Behind him is Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yintu. Both of them are extremely powerful Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, especially Xiao Chou. It's said that he's already breaking through to the 5th wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm. He can be considered a top expert in Muqin County. Looking at Xiao Chou and Ouyang Yintu's expressions, they seem to know Gu Yutian. Moreover, they seem to be very polite. Could it be that Rattan Armor City's Gu Yutian is deliberately hiding his cultivation? It doesn't look like it. This Gu Yutian's behavior is completely that of a low-level city lord. He's just like a country bumpkin. It's truly unexpected that he's actually acquainted with these 2 experts of Broken Rock City. Xiao Chou and Ouyang Yintu personally came to welcome Gu Yutian, which immediately caused quite a commotion. After all, Xiao Chou and Ouyang Yintu were famous experts of Muqin County. Being able to make these 2 act so courteously was definitely not the treatment of an ordinary person. Who are these 2 lords? From the surrounding discussions, Gu Yutian knew that the 2 people before him were not ordinary. They might even be experts of a super city. Naturally, he didn't dare to slight them and hurriedly bowed. However, Gu Yutian was puzzled. He was clearly a nobody. He didn't know Xiao Chou and Ouyang Yintu. Moreover, these 2 seemed to be of noble status. Why were they being so courteous to him? Could it be that Zhuowen is acquainted with these 2 lords? So these 2 love the house and its crow, and have become so courteous to me? Gu Yutian suddenly thought of a possibility and secretly thought to himself. Ha! Looks like that little guy Zhuowen didn't mention us to you. Fine, I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Xiao Chou of Broken Rock City, and this person beside me is the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yintu. Back when little friend Zhuowen was in Broken Rock City, he helped us a lot. Even the cold poison in my body was expelled by little friend Zhuowen. It can be said that we owe little friend Zhuowen a lot of favors. Xiao Chou said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yutian's heart was filled with complicated emotions. After listening to Xiao Chou's introduction, how could he not know the identities of the 2 people in front of him? One was the #1 expert of Broken Rock City, and the other was the city lord of Broken Rock City. They were both famous experts in Muqin County. From their words, it seemed that they owed Zhuowen a lot of favors. This Zhuowen is becoming more and more difficult to see through. He was actually able to obtain the favor of these 2 experts. Gu Yutian thought with complicated emotions. Ha! If Lord Gu doesn't mind, please stand with us. In a moment, Marquis Lu will use a secret technique to send us all into the Origin Chi Tower. Xiao Chou straightforwardly patted Gu Yutian's shoulder and pulled him to a spacious area in the middle of the high platform. Qiu Chao's enthusiastic performance made many people's jaws drop. Their disdainful attitude towards Guyu Tian suddenly became unfathomable. As the #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Qiu Chao's cultivation had reached the peak of the ultimate four-wheel emperor realm. He was one of the top experts in many super cities. Furthermore, he was unconventional and unrestrained. He was an expert that caused people to change their expressions upon hearing his name. Many people didn't dare to offend him. However, such an expert was actually so enthusiastic, which naturally caused many people to raise their eyebrows. As for the main character, Guyu Tian, he was like a sparrow that had transformed into a phoenix. He became somewhat mysterious in the eyes of the crowd. In the middle of the high platform, Lu Nantian looked at the enthusiastic Qiu Chou and the reserved Guyu Tian in astonishment. His face revealed a trace of contemplation. Since the 1,000 city lords are all here, then follow me to the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. This marquee won't keep you guessing for the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. It will be an elimination round. In the second level of the Origin Chi Tower, there is a huge trial mountain. The second level of the Origin Chi Tower's elimination round will be held in that trial mountain. As for the specifics, it won't be too late to talk about it after everyone enters the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. Lu Nantian's voice was calm as he swept his gaze across the city lords on the high platform. With a wave of his sleeve, a ring-shaped golden circle enveloped the high platform. In an instant, the entire high platform disappeared. At the same time, a huge mountain range appeared in the light screen. This mountain range was the trial mountain of the Origin Chi Tower's second level. What a pity. We can't enter the Origin Chi Tower to watch the competition in the second level of the Origin Chi Tower up close. Your thoughts are pretty good. Only 1,000 people can enter the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. If your city had such strength, then I'm afraid that Marquis Lu would have already brought you to the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. Actually, it's the same if you watch it on the light screen. Looking at the high platform that disappeared, many cultivators in the square felt somewhat envious and regretful. On the Sandstone Island, inside the sacred hall of the Parthenon Temple in the Holy City, it was currently filled with extremely dense Origin Chi. If someone were to lightly brush their hand, they might be able to directly liquefy this dense Origin Chi. Boom! A storm-like ripple suddenly filled the entire sacred hall. Under the ripple, all the energy in the hall actually liquefied, turning into droplets of liquefied origin energy that dripped down. Whoosh! A figure that looked like an old monk sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes. Soon after, he stood up, his eyes filled with joy. Brother Gu. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Before the figure could recover from his joy, a clear voice came from the center of the sacred hall. A young man with black hair and black eyes was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sacred hall. Countless small vortexes revolved around the young man's body. Waves of dense Origin Chi were gushing out from the depths of these vortexes. Brother Zhuowen, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I, Gu Xian, wouldn't have broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm so quickly. Gu Xian hurriedly arrived in front of Zhuowen, her face filled with deep reverence. Brother Gu, there's no need to be so polite. We're a team, helping you is actually helping myself. After all, the competition on the second level of the Origin Chi Tower will only get more intense. If you're too weak, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for you to advance to the third level. Zhuowen opened his eyes and smiled. I wonder how Wu Ying is doing. Nodding, Gu Xian looked at another figure sitting cross-legged in the sacred hall with a trace of worry on her face. Don't worry, Brother Gu, Wu Ying is about to break through. He's advancing very quickly. In the beginning, his cultivation level was lower than yours, but now he's about to break through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Look, Wu Ying is about to break through. With that, Zhuowen's eyes focused and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the aura inside Hu Wuying's body suddenly became extremely powerful. Boundless origin qi surrounded Hu Wuying like mist. Boom! Chapter 422. Breakthrough to the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. I've broken through. Hu Wuying's face was filled with shock as he felt the surging energy in his body. Brother Zhua, it's all because of you that I, Hu Wuying, am able to achieve what I have today. In the future, Brother Zhua, if you have any requests, I, Hu Wuying, will do anything for you. Hu Wuying suddenly knelt on one knee before Zhua with a solemn expression. He knew that with his talent, it would have been impossible for him to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm without at least a few years. However, with Zhua's help, that time had been shortened countless times. This debt of gratitude was too great. Brother Hu, there's no need to be so courteous. Since we're all members of Vine Armor City, we naturally have to help each other. Besides, I'm now the controller of the Sandstone Island. Purifying the Yuan Qi is as easy as lifting a finger. You've reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm because of yourselves, Zhua said with a faint smile as he waved his right hand and poured out Yuan Qi to stabilize Hu Wuying's body. In reality, Zhua had benefited a lot more than Gu Xian and Hu Wuying in the past month. In the process of purifying the Yuan Qi, Zhua had discovered that the Yuan Qi on the Sandstone Island contained an extremely strange energy. This energy could actually increase the vitality of the purple and black heart in the right side of his chest, making it even stronger. Zhua's current recovery ability was probably 50% stronger than it had been a month ago. Even if there was a large hole in his chest, he could completely recover in a few breaths of time. Both of you have reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. With the addition of the left and right combination secret technique, your strength will increase to an extremely terrifying level. I'm afraid that even an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator won't be able to easily defeat the two of you if you work together, Zhua nodded, clearly satisfied with their strength. Now, the two of us will no longer be a burden to Brother Zhua. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying looked at each other and smiled. Zhuowen nodded. Now, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's strength was indeed helpful to him, but it was still far from enough. After all, he might have to face the geniuses from the super cities, and the strength and background of those geniuses were not any weaker than Nine Dragons City. Therefore, their current lineup was far from enough. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out a palm-sized transparent ball from his Qianquan bag. This transparent ball was the elemental energy ball that Zhuowen had obtained from the training grounds. Since a month ago, Zhuowen had been refining the pure elemental energy within the elemental energy ball while refining his elemental energy. It had to be said that the elemental energy within the elemental energy ball had exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. An endless stream of elemental energy entered his body and directly transformed into the energy of the world. After an entire month of absorption, Zhuowen had finally absorbed almost all of the pure elemental energy within the elemental energy ball. At this moment, the elemental energy ball was as sparkling and translucent as a glass ball, with only a small amount of milky white mist surging within. This was a sign that the elemental energy ball was about to dry up. The elemental energy ball has been completely used up. I'm afraid it's time for a breakthrough. Zhuowen muttered softly as he lowered his head to look at the elemental energy ball in his hand. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's pupils shrank when they heard this. Gu Xian stuttered, Brother Zhua, you're about to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. They still remembered that Zhuowen had only advanced to the Ultimate Emperor realm a little over a month ago. Was he about to break through again in such a short time? Wasn't this a little too fast? Zhuowen nodded slightly. Back then, he'd stayed at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm for an extremely long time. It could be said that he'd accumulated a lot of energy before breaking through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. He'd directly reached the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm in one go. Moreover, he had a supreme treasure like the elemental energy ball in his hand. The surging and pure elemental energy within the elemental energy ball was comparable to several years of cultivation for an ordinary cultivator. After absorbing the elemental energy within the elemental energy ball, the energy within Zhuowen's body had almost reached its peak. It was only logical that he would break through to the ultimate emperor realm. I can sense that my second tribulation of the heavens and the earth is about to arrive. So long as I overcome the second tribulation of the heavens and the earth, I'll be able to smoothly break through to the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. Once a cultivator reached the ultimate emperor realm, they would be plagued with calamities. This was especially true for the ultimate emperor realm. Every time a cultivator advanced a minor realm, the heavens and earth would send down a heavenly tribulation. From the first to the ninth heavenly tribulation, the cultivator's strength would increase exponentially. Therefore, the gap between each heavenly tribulation was extremely large. This was also one of the reasons why ultimate emperor realm cultivators advanced so slowly. After receiving Zhuowen's confirmation, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's hearts trembled. A trace of a bitter smile immediately appeared on their faces. Seeing Zhuowen's monstrous improvement, the joy they'd felt when they'd just broken through to the half-step ultimate emperor realm instantly faded. Brother Zhuo, the second heavenly tribulation is probably even more terrifying than the first. You must be careful. We'll protect you. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying immediately said solemnly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As for protecting you, you don't have to. The heavenly tribulation isn't something you can resist. If you're not careful, you might die. Zhuowen shook his head. He patted his Qinquan bag with his right hand, and a sturdy figure appeared beside him. This is a puppet? Gu Xian asked doubtfully when he saw the middle-aged spirit reverse puppet. This is a spirit reverse puppet. Its strength is comparable to a first-will ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Its body is so tough that even a second-will ultimate emperor realm cultivator might not be able to break through it. With the spirit reverse puppet by my side, you don't have to worry. In order to prevent the heavenly tribulation from affecting you, I think you should leave the Parthenon temple. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Zhuowen said seriously after casually introducing the spirit reverse puppet. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying smiled bitterly and shook their heads when they heard that the big guy in front of them was comparable to a first-will ultimate emperor realm cultivator. After reaching the half-step ultimate emperor realm, they once again discovered that the gap between them and Zhuowen hadn't narrowed at all. Instead, it was widening. Even a random puppet that he had created was so much stronger than the two of them. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying cupped their fists and left the sacred hall. Zhuowen was the only one left in the spacious sacred hall. A second-will ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Once I reach the second-will ultimate emperor realm, I won't have to fear LV Yongsheng anymore. Although I'm still no match for LV Yongsheng, I should be able to escape unscathed from him. Zhuowen sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was like a dam had burst, filling the entire sacred hall. At this moment, terrifying dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the sacred city. It was as if a wild beast was standing in the sky, blotting out the sun. In an instant, the sacred city, which was originally bright and sunny, became dim and dark. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Look, there are so many dark clouds above the sacred city. How strange, our sandstone island has a hot climate, and it rarely rains. We've never had such strange weather in thousands of years. What's going on? Inside the sacred city, countless members of the lost tribe raised their heads and looked at the gray clouds in the sky. Their hearts were filled with confusion and fear. What's going on? Saintess Alice, Ottos, and the others who were gathered outside the Parthenon temple were confused too. Bang! A red lightning bolt as thick as a bucket descended from the dark clouds and struck the top of the Parthenon temple. Otto's, Alice, and the others were shocked to see the enormous Parthenon temple tremble violently under the effect of the red lightning. Bang! The magnificent Parthenon temple suddenly collapsed. Countless rocks fell from the surface of the temple. The place where the temple stood was instantly turned into ruins. Dust filled the air and obscured everyone's vision. The Parthenon temple has been destroyed. This. Alice seemed to have lost her soul when she saw the ruins of the Parthenon temple. Bang! Another bolt of lightning that was even more powerful shot down from the depths of the dark clouds and struck the ruins. It actually created a huge pit in the ruins. The aftershock of the lightning spread out, immediately forcing Otto's and the others to take over a dozen steps back involuntarily. Such a powerful lightning bolt. Just a single lightning bolt was enough to destroy the temple. How terrifying! Otto's eyes widened. He stared at the ruins of the temple in astonishment. He might be a golden warrior, and his flesh was incredibly tough, but he would have died for sure if he had been struck by the lightning bolt. Nice. Again, what's the point of a single lightning bolt? Let's have a few more. A clear voice whizzed out from the depths of the ruins. Soon after, Otto's pupils shrank because he saw a black-haired, black-eyed young man with a blood-colored spear on his back slowly walk out from the ruins. The young man's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and he directly floated in the air. He raised his head slightly, and his face was filled with arrogance. Is that Zhuowen? Under the bombardment of the lightning just now, this guy actually looked like nothing had happened. The strength of his physical body is a bit too abnormal. Otto's was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the unscathed youth in the sky. For the first time, he felt how powerful the power contained in the body of this seemingly thin and weak youth was. Bang bang. At the same time, in the black dragon-like dark clouds high up in the sky, countless bolts of lightning were like pythons, twisting and turning within the dark clouds. It looked extremely terrifying. With two loud claps of thunder, another two bolts of lightning as thick as buckets came crashing down, directly striking Zhuowen's body. In the distance, Zhuowen made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand and actually grabbed the two extremely frightening lightning bolts with his bare hands. He even casually waved them around in his palm as if they were toys. Soon after, he clenched his fist and directly annihilated the two lightning bolts. This guy caught the lightning with his bare hands and acted like nothing happened. He's even playing with them as if they were toys. What kind of freak is this guy? Even a legendary warrior wouldn't be able to catch lightning with his bare hands like this guy, right? Otto's muttered to himself as his lips trembled. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 423. Blood Thunder Tribulation. After a long period of silence, the entire holy city suddenly burst into an uproar. All the vestigial tribe members stared blankly at the sky. Oh my God! Who is this person? He can actually catch lightning with his bare hands. What kind of body does he need to do that? Only a legendary level warrior can withstand the lightning with his body. This person must be a legendary warrior. Since the disappearance of Lord Eris, this is the first legendary warrior in thousands of years. Yes. This person must be a legendary warrior. Since he can reach the legendary warrior level, this person is the true lord of the holy city. Otto's is only a gold warrior. What qualifications does he have to continue to be the lord of the holy city? In the midst of the uproar, countless vestigial tribe members in the holy city knelt down on one knee with excitement. They looked up at the figure bathed in blood thunder with reverence. According to the legends of the Sandstone Island, every time a legendary warrior appeared, it would definitely push the vestigial tribe to the peak. It was precisely because of this legend that the vestigial tribe members were so excited when Zhuowen displayed strength comparable to a legendary warrior. This was because a legendary warrior represented the hope of the vestigial tribe. Ottos, who was not far from the ruins, also noticed the vestigial tribe members kneeling on one knee around him. His expression suddenly became a little ugly, but he could not flare up. After all, Zhuowen was the real ruler of the Sandstone Island at this time. He controlled the lives of all the vestigial tribe members, including himself. Even he would not dare to be disrespectful to Zhuowen. I wonder when this god of plague, Zhuowen, will leave the Sandstone Island. As long as this guy doesn't leave the Sandstone Island, I, Ottos, will not have a day of peace. Ottos sighed helplessly. Now, he could not wait for Zhuowen to leave as soon as possible. This is Blood Thunder Tribulation. On the other side of the ruins, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying stood with their heads raised. They stared at the dark clouds in the sky that were constantly brewing blood thunder. Gu Xian said with a shocked expression. What's going on? It said that the blood thunder tribulation is a common tribulation among the three heavenly tribulations. Brother Zhua is only undergoing the second heavenly tribulation. Why would the heavens send such a powerful tribulation? Hu Wuying frowned as he recognized the blood thunder tribulation in the dark clouds. Sigh. It was said that many monstrous geniuses with peerless talent would face extremely terrifying heavenly tribulations when breaking through to the ultimate emperor realm. As for Brother Zhua's talent, it's not like we don't know about it. He's already on par with the younger generation of the 5 superpowers. It's only natural that his tribulation would be more terrifying than the average tribulation. I'm just worried if Brother Zhua can withstand this blood lightning tribulation. Gu Xian's face was full of worry. Although the two of them wanted to help Zhua, they knew that with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blood thunder. They would be turned to ashes by the terrifying blood thunder. Brother Zhua's strength is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, he probably has many trump cards that we've never seen before. Since Brother Zhua chose to break through at this time, he must be very confident in overcoming the second heavenly tribulation. We don't have to worry too much. Hu Wuying said with a grin, extremely confident in Zhua. That's true. Gu Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked seriously at the terrifying blood thunder tribulation in the sky. They'd known Zhua for so long, but they'd never seen Zhua do anything he wasn't confident in. Boom! 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 The black dragon-like clouds almost enveloped the entire holy city. At this time, the holy city was much darker than before. Blood thunder flashed through the dark clouds from time to time, dyeing the dark holy city a mournful blood red. Bolt after bolt of terrifying blood lightning continuously shot out from the dark clouds and violently blasted the arrogant figure suspended in midair. Zhuowen didn't reject any of the lightning bolts. His hands were like agile snakes as they swiftly blocked the blood lightning bolts that were wreaking havoc. His powerful physical body made him completely unafraid of the terrifying blood lightning bolts. It's already the 5th wave. The power of the blood lightning tribulation is really strong. Even with my current physical body, it can make my hands numb. With a sweep of his hands, he tore apart the 3 blood thunder. Zhua's expression became serious. He was no stranger to the blood lightning tribulation. Usually, the blood lightning tribulation would only appear in the 3rd stage of the tribulation of heaven and earth. However, the tribulation of heaven and earth had sent down this tribulation of heaven and earth. Obviously, the heavens believed that Zhua's strength was no weaker than the 2nd stage of the ultimate emperor realm. The blood lightning tribulation is divided into 10 waves, and each wave is stronger than the last. It's only the 5th wave, but it's already numbing my body. It seems like it's time to show my true strength. Zhua grinned. His skin had turned a glassy color. He was using the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. Zhua deliberately didn't use the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique to resist the blood lightning tribulation. After all, even if he didn't use the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, Zhua's physical strength was still far stronger than an ordinary warrior's. It wasn't too difficult for him to resist the first few waves of the blood lightning tribulation. However, after the fifth wave, Shua had reached his limit. Boom! At this time, 10 thick blood lightning bolts fell from the dark clouds at the same time. They directly intertwined into a large bloody net in the void and shrouded Shua's head. You have some skills. The blood lightning can actually be materialized. Let me break you directly. With a long roar, Shua's right arm, which was covered with a glassy luster, suddenly roared out. The air vibrated and whistled, and it directly hit the bloody net. Whoosh! The bloody net formed by the blood lightning bombarded Shua's body. It was like scratching an itch. Shua's body was not damaged at all. On the ruins, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying saw that Shua easily survived the sixth wave of the blood lightning tribulation. The worry on their faces faded a lot. The strength of Shua's physical body was somewhat beyond their expectations. Boom! The seventh wave, the eighth wave, the ninth wave. Although the following 3 waves of blood lightning were each more powerful than the previous one, Shua relied on the strength of his body and the abnormal recovery ability of his body to forcibly withstand them. This made Gu Xian and Hu Wuying feel a lot more relieved. It's going to be the last wave soon. It said that the power of the last wave of the blood lightning tribulation is much stronger than the previous 9 waves combined. I wonder if Brother Shua can withstand the last wave of the blood lightning tribulation. Not long after the 9th wave of the blood lightning tribulation ended, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying were surprised to find that the dark clouds in the void were emitting an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was much more terrifying than the previous 9 waves of the blood lightning tribulation. They knew that the power of the last wave of blood lightning tribulation was very likely to be extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Within the thick dark clouds, countless bolts of blood lightning could be faintly seen, as if there were countless blood pythons hidden within the dark clouds. Furthermore, the number of bolts of blood lightning brewing within the dark clouds was far greater than the previous waves. Even Shua, who was suspended in mid-air, had a solemn look. He also had a premonition that the last wave of the blood lightning tribulation would definitely be much more terrifying than the previous waves. Boom! At the center of the dark clouds, at this time, they were gradually descending in a spiral manner, forming a spectacular black inverted funnel between heaven and earth. A huge blood lightning, about a few feet thick, struck down from the mouth of the funnel. A blood lightning that was several feet long. What kind of concept was this? If this blood lightning struck down, everything within a radius of several feet would be annihilated. Boom! 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 The huge blood lightning spanned across heaven and earth, as if it had turned into an extremely strange blood-colored light pillar at this moment. The moment it appeared, the enormous dark clouds began to boil. Countless bolts of blood lightning shot out from the dark clouds and coiled around the enormous blood lightning. In an instant, the enormous blood lightning that lay across the heavens and the earth became many times thicker. As it expanded, the blood lightning constantly transformed, and in the end, it turned into a blood lightning dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The blood lightning dragon was extremely huge. From its head to its tail, it was thousands of feet long. Its huge body could completely envelop the holy city. Heavens! What is this thing? Is it a dragon? It's so huge. It's too terrifying. This blood lightning dragon is actually formed purely by blood lightning. Its body alone is comparable to the holy city. I'm afraid that this dragon can directly destroy the holy city with a slight flick of its tail. Is that Lord going to face such a huge beast alone? This dragon is not something that humans can resist at all. Even a legendary level warrior can't do it. In the holy city, countless members of the Lost Clan looked up at the huge blood-red thunder dragon in the void. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was the innate fear that humans had for the power of nature. It was something that they were born with. It seems that Zhuoan has committed too many sins and has been struck by lightning. With such a powerful dragon, I'm afraid that Zhuowen will definitely die. Autos was gloating at this time. Zhuowen becoming the ruler of the Sandstone Island had a great impact on him, the former lord of the Holy City. Even though Zhuowen had made it clear that he would not stay on the Sandstone Island for long, Autos still somewhat rejected Zhuowen. Of course, with Zhuowen's status, he naturally would not show this feeling of rejection on his face. Above the ruins, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's faces had become somewhat unsightly. The power of the last wave of the blood lightning tribulation had exceeded their expectations. The blood-red lightning dragon in the sky was no weaker than an ordinary second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. Perhaps even a second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator wouldn't be able to resist the blood-red lightning dragon. Brother Zhuo, you must survive this last wave of the blood lightning tribulation. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying could only pray silently. Roar. As soon as the blood lightning dragon formed, it roared at the sky. Immediately, countless blood lightning escaped from its body, forming a dense mass of tiny blood lightning that was all-pervasive. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen tore apart the countless blood lightning in front of him. His eyes were solemn as he looked at the huge blood lightning dragon in front of him. The power of the last wave of the blood lightning tribulation had greatly exceeded his expectations. I want to see if this Crimson Thunder Dragon is stronger or if my Crimson Flame is stronger. Chapter 424. Origin Wheel Rumble. The strange and powerful blood flames flickered within the bloodlines like flowing light. The temperature within a few hundred feet around Zhuowen rose at a terrifying speed. It was as if even the air was retreating from this temperature. The last wave of blood lightning calamity. Let me see how powerful it is. Zhuowen's feet stepped lightly in the air, and a strange bloody flame burst forth from his feet. His entire body turned into a bloody arrow, and he actually shot directly toward the enormous blood-colored lightning dragon in the distance, looking like he was risking his life. Roar! The blood thunder dragon also noticed Zhuowen's tiny figure. It roared at Zhuowen, and its giant tail, which looked like a pillar that could support the heavens, swept through the void. It was like a giant whip that carried the blood thunder dragon, directly hitting the human warrior who was trying to provoke it. Zhuowen is dead meat. The power of the blood-colored lightning dragon's tail is earth-shattering. Even a legendary warrior might not be able to block it. Heh, what an overconfident fellow. How could a human be able to block such heavenly might? When Autos saw this scene in the sky, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Especially when the Crimson Thunder Dragon swung its tail, this smile completely bloomed on his face. He could feel that the blood-colored lightning dragon's aura was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the terrifying Lord of the Underworld in the training ground. Even if the Lord of the Underworld was here, he would not be able to block the tail of the blood-colored lightning dragon, let alone Zhuowen. However, an inconceivable scene quickly appeared in the sky. Zhuowen, who was surrounded by blood-red flames, stomped his foot and extended his right hand into the air. Waves of wild blood-red flames surged out from his right hand. The blood-red flames continuously condensed in the air, finally transforming into a blood-red hand that was several dozen feet long. Bang! Zhuowen's enormous bloody hand clenched in the air. It directly caught the enormous tail of the blood-colored lightning dragon. Immediately, the muscles on Zhuowen's right hand swelled. Green veins bulged as he suddenly swung his hand. The blood-colored lightning dragon was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Stepping in the air, Zhuowen once again turned into a blood arrow and instantly arrived above the Crimson Thunder Dragon. His left hand also turned into a huge crimson hand with the support of the Crimson Flame. Zhuowen's left hand grabbed the head of the Crimson Thunder Dragon, and his right hand turned into a sky full of fist shadows. He punched the Crimson Thunder Dragon, and the ear-piercing sounds of his fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the world. This guy directly flung the blood-red lightning dragon away. That blood-red lightning dragon was several hundred meters long, and its aura was even more terrifying than the Netherworld King's. Yet, it was casually tossed away by this kid. Moreover, he even gave him a round of beating. This. The smile on Otto's face froze, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stared blankly at the figure surrounded by endless crimson flames in the air, directly beating the domineering blood-red lightning dragon to death. The corners of Otto's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene, and his face turned ghastly pale. He had already decided that he would never dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Zhuowen again. Zhuowen was simply a pervert and a madman. He couldn't afford to offend someone like him. Otto's wasn't the only one who was stunned. Countless members of the abandoned clan in the Holy City were stunned as well. Even the weaker members of the abandoned clan could clearly sense the strength of the blood-red lightning dragon. Its aura was even more terrifying than the Netherworld King's, who had once wreaked havoc on the Sandstone Island. At this moment, the blood-red lightning dragon that was even more terrifying than the Netherworld King had actually been beaten into submission by a young man. Just how powerful was this young man? As the most powerful wave of the blood lightning tribulation, the blood-red lightning dragon was still extremely powerful. Even an ordinary early second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it extremely difficult to deal with it. Unfortunately, the blood-red lightning dragon had encountered Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had possessed the strength to kill the Netherworld King when he was still a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Now that Zhuowen had overcome the tribulation of the heavens and earth, he had directly advanced to the peak of the first-will Ultimate Emperor Realm. His strength had increased by several times compared to when he was still a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If Zhuowen encountered the Lord of the Underworld again, he only needed one move to kill the Lord of the Underworld. Even if the Lord of the Underworld's true body descended, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. The blood-red lightning dragon was only slightly stronger than the Netherworld King. With Zhuowen's current strength, he could completely suppress the blood-red lightning dragon. Rumble. Rumble. Zhuowen's expression was extremely cold. His fists rained down on the blood-red lightning dragon's enormous head like a storm. Every punch sent out countless bolts of lightning and caused the blood-red lightning dragon to howl miserably. Blood lightning tribulation, end this. With a low roar, the bloody flames on Zhuowen's right fist seemed to have doubled in size. It heavily bombarded the space between the blood-colored lightning dragon's eyebrows. Like a spear, it directly entered between the dragon's eyebrows. Oh! The blood-red lightning dragon wailed as its enormous body collapsed inch by inch. It turned into scattered bolts of blood lightning and dissipated into the air. At the same time, the aura within Zhuowen's body increased layer by layer. Finally, it reached its peak and surged out violently. The powerful aura spread throughout the boundless heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth had stopped at this moment. He broke through. Brother Zhuo has successfully broken through to the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying exclaimed excitedly as their eyes lit up. In the sky, Zhuowen gently waved his right hand. A crescent-shaped arc of light shot out from his fingertip. It pierced through space and blasted into a huge mountain not far from the Holy City. Rumble. All the lost clan members in the Holy City were shocked to discover that the huge mountain in the distance had collapsed inch by inch under Zhuowen's casual attack. It collapsed and turned into ruins. What powerful strength! The power of the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm is actually so much stronger than that of the first wheel. I'm more than twice as strong as I was before my breakthrough. A trace of joy appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he looked at the crumbling mountain in the distance. After breaking through to the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm, Zhuowen discovered that his control over the power of heaven and earth had increased by a lot. Now, a casual attack from him was actually comparable to the full-strength attack of a first-will cultivator. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that after breaking through to the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm, the origin energy in his Dantian had completely transformed into the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth in his dantian had transformed into a pair of rotating black gears. As the gears rotated, the power of heaven and earth in his dantian surged like waves. What's this? A trace of doubt appeared on Zhuowen's face as he sensed the pair of black gears in his dantian. He remembered that when he was at the first wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, there weren't any black gears in his dantian. Now that he had broken through to the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, a pair had suddenly appeared. These are origin wheels, the symbol of an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Origin wheels always appear in pairs. When they rotate together, they can slowly increase the quality of the power of heaven and earth, making it much purer. It's precisely because origin wheels don't appear by themselves that your dantian didn't experience any abnormalities when you were at the first wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out. Origin wheels can't appear by themselves. That's really strange. Zhuowen revealed a strange expression. This was the first time he'd heard of origin wheels. Origin wheels are shaped like gears. They need to interact with each other in order to rotate. An origin wheel alone won't rotate, so it won't be of any use if it appears in your dantian. Xiao Hei explained. Moreover, the appearance of an origin wheel means that the 3 armor souls in your sea of consciousness have the ability to materialize. However, with your current strength, the armor souls will be of less and less help to you. This Dragon Lord doesn't really recommend you to materialize the armor souls. When he heard this, Zhuowen smiled bitterly. He already had 3 armor souls. Back when he was in the Zhuo family, he could be said to be an absolute genius. However, the 9-sword armor soul and giant armor soul had been obtained by Zhuowen from the family's guards using blood essence pills. Their quality was extremely low. When Zhuowen's strength had reached the human king realm, the armor soul's amplification to him had become almost negligible. Now that he had reached the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to materialize the armor souls. However, he knew that because the quality of the armor souls wasn't high, even if they materialized, they probably wouldn't be as good as a casual attack from him. Apart from the Jade Cauldron armor soul, the 9-sword armor soul and giant armor soul provide me with too little amplification. I might as well not use them. As for the Jade Cauldron armor soul, other than the dragon chi that can't be extracted, it's basically used to assist in alchemy. It's not as useful to me as before. At this moment, Zhuowen was also a little hesitant. Materialization of the armor souls was actually quite tempting to him. After all, when Tyrant Blood and Aoki were fighting, the materialized armor souls released were indeed very powerful. However, those two were top experts, and the armor souls in their bodies were superior existences. The materialized armor souls were extremely useful even in the Four Venerables realm. However, his armor soul was too weak. There's no need. The armor souls in my body are too weak. Even if they materialize, they won't be of much use to me. There's no need to waste energy on them. In the end, Zhuowen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He. You have both the Ice-Fire sacred symbol and the Wind-Thunder sacred symbol. The armor souls are indeed useless to you. Since they're useless, you shouldn't be opposed to me devouring them, right? Xiao Hei suddenly revealed a wretched smile and rubbed his hands. Hearing that, Zhuowen was speechless. No wonder Xiao Hei didn't suggest him to materialize the armor souls. It turned out that he wanted to devour the armor souls in his sea of consciousness. All right. Take it as a reward for your help over the past few years. However, the Jade Cauldron armor soul is very important to me. You shouldn't devour the Jade Cauldron armor soul. The 9-sword armor soul and giant armor soul were originally obtained through external means. Naturally, Zhuowen didn't care about them. However, he couldn't give the Jade Cauldron armor soul to Xiao Hei. After all, Zhuowen came to the Sky Armor Continent because of the Jade Cauldron. Perhaps it contained a way to go back. Naturally, Zhuowen couldn't ignore it. Don't worry. I won't touch the jade cauldron armor, soul. Even if you want me to touch it, I won't touch it. Chapter 425. Ascension. Sandstone Island swoosh. 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 Gu Xian and Hu Wuying stepped through the air and arrived beside Zhuowen, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. Brother Zhua, congratulations. You've broken through the second wheel of the tribulation of heaven and earth. From now on, you'll be a second wheel ultimate emperor. With your current realm, you can be ranked among the top experts in the entire Muqin County. The two of them congratulated him excitedly. Zhuowen smiled slightly. With a wave of his right hand, the reverse spirit puppet, which was not far away from him, instantly appeared behind him with a submissive look. I've kept the two of you waiting. Since I've also broken through to the second wheel ultimate emperor realm, let's set off for the second floor of the Vitality Tower. Zhuowen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's eyes flashed with a trace of anticipation. The second floor of the Vitality Tower. In the previous Vitality Tower battles, no warrior from a low-level city had successfully entered it. Their Rattan Armor City was the first team from a low-level city to enter the second floor in history. As he spoke, Zhuowen silently mobilized the power of the purple-black heart in his body. He could feel that the pulsation of the purple-black heart and the origin of the Sandstone Island came from the same source. As long as he issued an order to the purple-black heart, the origin of the Sandstone Island would not disobey. Rumble. In an instant, the huge Sandstone Island began to tremble violently. This kind of trembling was not up and down, but left and right. At the same time, all the living creatures on the Sandstone Island felt the trembling and revealed looks of fear. Some of the more timid members of the Lost Clan even lay on the ground and trembled. Rise for me! Zhuowen suddenly shouted. The purple-black heart in his body pulsed rapidly, releasing purple-black energy to control the origin of the Sandstone Island, making it do the corresponding thing. Rumble. There was another earth-shattering tremor. Immediately, the enormous Sandstone Island rose from the endless ocean and slowly floated into the air. At this moment, the intense tremors also stopped. What's going on? We seem to be rising. The fear on the faces of the countless bereaved in the holy city gradually faded after the trembling stopped. However, they soon felt that something was wrong because they had a feeling of ascension. That's not right. We are clearly still in the holy city, so how can it rise? It must be an illusion. You're wrong. We are indeed rising. To be more precise, the entire island is rising. As soon as these words came out, the many native clans in the holy city burst into an uproar. Although they were extremely skeptical of this speculation, when they saw the geese in the sky slowly descending, they knew that the Sandstone Island was indeed constantly rising. Ignoring the uproar in the holy city, Zhuowen's group of three sat at the top of the holy city, looking up at the gradually approaching blue sky, their hearts full of anticipation and excitement. As for the Sandstone Island, Zhuowen knew that after the three of them reached the second level of the Vitality Tower, the Sandstone Island would return to the endless ocean. Therefore, he was not worried about the future of the Sandstone Island. The Sandstone Island rose faster and faster, almost reaching the speed of sound. Rings of gas formed around the Sandstone Island, and ear-piercing explosions came from outside the island. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The Sandstone Island's speed was almost at its limit. It directly tore through the void and disappeared into the endless ocean. This was a dark river, deep and vast, even full of the smell of death. In this river was a beautiful starry sky with countless twinkling stars. At this time, a hole was suddenly torn in the dark river, and a huge island emerged. It entered this huge dark river and began to drift with the waves. Is this the second level of the Vitality Tower? The atmosphere doesn't look too good. Looking at the dark river and the vast starry sky, Zhuowen's group of three were full of curiosity. The unique scenery of the second level of the Vitality Tower made their eyes light up. I wonder where this dark river ends. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He had just discovered that this dark river was extremely far away, and he could not see the end of it. Bang! After a violent shake, the huge sandstone island stopped in front of a barren island. In front of this barren island, there was a seemingly solid barrier. It was this barrier that blocked the sandstone island's advance. It seems that we can only enter this small island. Feeling the barrier in front of them, Zhuowen's group of three knew that the sandstone island could no longer move forward. The three of them looked at each other, and in a flash, they directly rushed onto the small island. Following the departure of Zhuowen's group, the sandstone island seemed to be attracted by something. It suddenly leaped and directly tore through space in front of Zhuowen's group, disappearing from the dark river. Obviously, it had returned to the first level of the Vitality Tower. The Ascension Island in the first level of the Vitality Tower is really mysterious. It can actually directly tear through space in the Vitality Tower. You must know that the spatial barrier in the Vitality Tower is many times stronger than the outside world. Even if I use my full strength, I can't tear through space. Zhuowen shook his head and laughed as he watched the sandstone island leave. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying both nodded in agreement. One must know that in the outside world, it was very easy for an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator to tear through space, but in the Vitality Tower, it was basically impossible for an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator to do so. This barren island was extremely small, with a circumference of only 10 miles. With the strength of Zhuowen's group, they only needed a breath's time to travel from one side of the island to the other. Moreover, this island was extremely barren. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, and even the ground was dry and cracked. Zhuowen suspected that this small island would collapse at any moment. We're surrounded by an endless dark river. Apart from this barren island, there doesn't seem to be anything else. We don't even know where we are right now. What should we do now? Gu Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing this, Zhuowen and Hu Wuying helplessly shook their heads. They didn't know much about the second level of the Vitality Tower, so they naturally didn't have any good ideas. This small island shouldn't have appeared here for no reason. There must be some mystery behind it. Let's carefully search the island. Perhaps we can find some clues. Zhuowen said calmly. Brother Zhuo's words make sense. Let's search the island separately. It'll be more efficient this way. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying both nodded in agreement. Let's leave our imprints on each other. At that time, if anyone has any clues, it'll be easier to contact each other. Zhuowen said. As they spoke, the three of them left their imprints on each other's palms. Soon after, they each headed in different directions and began to search for all useful clues on this barren island like a carpet search. Zhuowen chose the southern side of the island. With a stomp of his foot, he began to release his mental energy and began to explore the island's surroundings. I really don't know how the second level of the Vitality Tower is arranged. It actually directly sent us to such a barren island, and there's no hint at all. Zhuowen muttered with some dissatisfaction while exploring the island situation. After searching for about an incense stick's worth of time, Zhuowen didn't find anything at all. This caused Zhuowen's brows to furrow. There's no clue at all. Could it be that in this boundless underground river, we really have to rely on our strength to cross the river? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. The underground river outside the island gave Zhuowen an extremely strange feeling. He could feel that there were unknown dangers hidden in the underground river. If he really entered the underground river, perhaps it would be difficult for him to come out alive. This was a kind of feeling from the unseen world. Kid, there's an abnormal fluctuation 100 meters to your left. Go over and take a look. Perhaps you'll find something. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen's face revealed a thoughtful expression. The range that Xiao Hei's divine sense could cover was much larger than his mental energy. Zhuowen would never ignore Xiao Hei's advice. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's footsteps took a step and directly swept to the left. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's figure was 100 meters to the left. That's a tombstone. This was an open space that was neither big nor small. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the open space. It was extremely barren. However, in the middle of the open space, there was a small mound. In front of the mound, there was a small tombstone that was half the height of a person. This is strange. This island is so barren. Why would someone set up a tombstone here? Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts as he approached the tombstone. There are words on the tombstone. Let's see what's written on it. Zhuowen quickly noticed the words on the tombstone. The words were profound and clear. It said, "This tombstone is the Netherworld Tablet. Only those who possess the Netherworld Tablet are qualified to cross the Netherworld River. Those who do not possess the Netherworld Tablet and cross the river without permission will be devoured by countless vengeful spirits." Netherworld River. Could the underground river outside the island be called the Netherworld River? Looking at the words on the tombstone, Zhuowen came to a sudden realization. From the hints on the tombstone, your Netherworld River is extremely dangerous. In order to cross your Netherworld River, you should need this so-called Netherworld Tablet. Xiao Hei said with interest. If that's the case, let's just take this tombstone down directly. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly took down the tombstone in front of the mound. The strange thing was, after taking down the tombstone, which was half the height of a person, it directly turned into the size of a palm and lay quietly in Zhuowen's palm. The words on it had all disappeared, leaving only a large word, Netherworld. This is interesting. It seems that this Netherworld Tablet should be the key to crossing the Netherworld River. Now, it's time to contact Gu Xian and Hu Wuying to come and meet up with them. With that, Zhuowen activated the Yuan power in his body. The marks left on his hand by Gu Xian and Hu Wuying immediately lit up. After transmitting his position and direction to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying through the marks, Zhuowen carefully looked at the Netherworld Tablet in his hand. The appearance of the Netherworld Tablet was no different from an ordinary wooden tablet. However, the word Netherworld engraved in the center of the tablet revealed a trace of gloomy aura, which made Zhuowen feel uncomfortable all over. Chapter 426. Undead Underworld King Whoosh. A whooshing sound resounded and instantly approached the back of Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He took a step back and a sharp gust of wind brushed past Zhuowen's ear. With a gentle pinch of his hands, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he realized that the thing that had ambushed him was a white and fat maggot. At that moment, the maggot was still wriggling between Zhuowen's fingers. Maggot? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a strange expression as he frowned slightly. Hee. Your reaction is pretty good. You actually managed to dodge my pet. A sinister voice came from behind him, sending chills down his spine. Following the source of the voice, he turned around and saw a thin and long figure standing on top of the mound. The reason why he was called a bamboo was because this figure had no muscles at all. Instead of calling it a person, it would be more accurate to call it a corpse. This corpse was obviously dug out from the mound of dirt just now. There was not a single piece of intact muscle on its body. Even if there was, it was just rotten flesh. There were even countless white maggots wriggling in the rotten flesh. It was an extremely disgusting sight. Pfft. With a squeeze of his right hand, Zhuowen directly crushed the maggot between his fingers. He looked at the corpse in front of him calmly and said, "Are you dead or alive? Or are you a living dead?" This corpse was obviously a little surprised by Zhuowen's calm reaction. His appearance could be said to be extremely disgusting and terrifying. Even some powerful warriors would more or less reveal a strange look when they saw him for the first time. However, this ordinary-looking young man in front of him had been extremely calm from the beginning to the end. This made the corpse rather suspicious. "My name is Undead Underworld King. I am the ruler of this endless Styx River. Kid, if you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. Also, obediently offer half of your blood essence as a reward for me. If the blood essence in your body can satisfy this lord, perhaps this lord will be happy and let you go." This corpse called Undead Underworld King laughed viciously. The degree of its laughter was comparable to Xiao Hei's, causing Zhuowen to frown again. "Oh. Then do you know how to use this netherworld tablet? This netherworld tablet was taken from your grave. You should know its use." Zhuowen nodded seriously, holding the netherworld tablet in his hand and asked. The undying underworld monarch raised his head and puffed out his chest. A trace of arrogance appeared on his half-rotten face as he said, "The underworld tablet is this king's tombstone. This king naturally knows the use of it. However, why should I tell you? Unless you use half of your blood essence." Seeing Undying Underworld King revealing a prideful expression, the corner of Zhuo Wen's eyes twitched. This face that could no longer be called a face was actually able to make such a difficult expression. It was truly difficult for this Undying Underworld King to make such a difficult expression. "Since you don't want to say it, I can only beat you until you say it." Shaking his head, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. With a stomp, he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Undead Underworld King. "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you don't want to listen to my suggestion, you can die." Undead Underworld King's rotten face was filled with malevolence, causing Undead Underworld King to look even more terrifying. Rumble. As he spoke, the Undying Underworld King also threw a punch with his thin arm. That seemingly weak arm actually caused the air to spiral wherever it passed. Whooshing sounds could be heard as it tore through the air. Its strength was actually abnormally powerful. Bang! The two fists collided in mid-air. Soon after, waves of surging air waves surged out. Following which, the ground around the two started to crack inch by inch. Countless gravel involuntarily floated in the air. The air seemed to have solidified at this moment. Dang dang dang. Both of them retreated over 10 steps at the same time. They faced each other from a distance of 10 meters away. "Your strength is not weak. You can actually force me to retreat over 10 steps." Undying Underworld King frowned slightly. Zhuo Wen's strength had somewhat exceeded his imagination. Zhuo Wen was actually evenly matched with him. Undead Underworld King was the ruler of this part of the Nether River. His strength was above any living being in the Nether Sea. His strength was so great that he could shatter mountains and move mountains. However, the strength of this brat before him was not any weaker than him. This naturally caused Undead Underworld King to be shocked. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. He was also surprised by the strength of Undead Underworld King. Even if Zhuowen did not use the Jade Stone body tempering technique, his strength could reach the level of 1,000,000 Jin. It was comparable to the strength of a legendary warrior. However, this Undying Underworld King, who was like a pile of rotten meat, actually possessed a strength that was not weaker than his own. This caused Zhuo Wen to be quite shocked. "Brat! You have some skills. You are qualified to make me use my true strength." Undying Underworld King chuckled. The smile on his face was getting more and more annoying. His skinny feet stomped on the ground, and his body slowly swelled up. Waves of ink-black gas revolved around Undying Underworld King. Undead Underworld will technique. With a low roar, Undead Underworld King's body swelled to the limit. The rotten meat on his body fell off. Tough black skin grew out from the white bones and radiated a dazzling luster. "Brat! After I use the Undead Underworld will technique, my strength will be doubled." My strength is not something you can imagine. Therefore, I am willing to give you another chance. Give me half of your blood essence and become my eternal servant. Then, I will let you go. At this moment, Undead Underworld King's body was completely different from before. There was no longer a trace of rotten meat on his body. Instead, he had tough and shiny skin. Even his body had grown to a size of several zhang, just like a small hill. Moreover, the aura on Undead Underworld King's body was much stronger than before. It was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain crushing down. Even Zhuowen could not help but bend his knees under this pressure. Idiot! Zhuowen faintly spat out these words and did not say anything else. Instead, he stomped his feet and blood veins wrapped around his entire body. Waves of strange blood flames surged out from the surface of his body. After Undead Underworld King used the Undead Underworld Will technique, his strength was indeed very strong. However, he was only slightly stronger than Underworld King. He had the strength of an initial stage Second Will Emperor. This strength was not enough to catch Zhuowen's attention. After all, Zhuowen had just undergone the second cycle of the tribulation of the world and successfully reached the second cycle of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Although he was only at the early stage of the second cycle of the Ultimate Emperor realm, Zhuowen's strength had skyrocketed to the mid-stage of the second cycle of the Ultimate Emperor realm with the support of the blood flames. Therefore, Zhuowen was not afraid of Undead Underworld King at all. On the contrary, he should be afraid of Undead Underworld King. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Brat, it's useless even if you kneel down and beg me now. I will suck all of your blood essence dry. Undead Underworld King smiled sinisterly. His swollen body swelled even more. His entire body was like a mountain pressing down on Zhuowen. Moreover, every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. Let's see if you have the ability. Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. His clothes fluttered despite the absence of wind. The blood veins on his exposed skin were dazzling to the extreme, emitting an extremely high temperature that caused the surrounding air to boil. The Undying Underworld King arrived within 3 meters of Zhuowen in an instant. Its gigantic fist, which was as thick as a tree, smashed towards Zhuowen's face with a strange spiraling motion. The air pressure around its fist formed a horrifying gigantic cyclone. Zhuowen bent his knees slightly. His entire body was as immovable as a mountain. When Undead Underworld King's huge fist was only a few inches away from his face, his right hand suddenly stretched out as if it was piercing through space. He grabbed the huge fist by a hair's breadth. A powerful force erupted, causing Undead Underworld King's fist to not move an inch. Undead Underworld King's expression changed slightly when he felt the huge resistance on his fist. He did not expect the brat in front of him to be so much stronger than before. Looks like you're not simple. You actually did not use your full strength just now. However, even so, you still have to die. Undead Underworld King's eyes were cold. His empty left hand revealed 5 white bone spikes. Caught off guard, he directly pierced Zhuowen's left chest. Puchi. Zhuowen did not expect Undead Underworld King to have such a move. His heart was pierced directly by Undead Underworld King. Instantly, a large amount of blood flowed out. Brat. This is my hidden fatal attack. You will die a worthy death if you die under my underworld claw. You can rest in peace. I will definitely not waste a single drop of your blood essence. Hee hee. Undead Underworld King revealed a complacent smile when he saw that his attack had succeeded. That left claw that pierced Zhuowen's heart deliberately twisted randomly, crushing the heart in Zhuowen's left chest. However, Undead Underworld King soon discovered that something was amiss. After the heart of the young man in front of him was pierced by him, his expression did not change at all. It was as though he did not feel any pain at all. Furthermore, what shocked Undead Underworld King was that after his heart was crushed, Zhuowen's breathing did not become disordered. Instead, It was extremely stable. What's going on? This brat's heart has been crushed by me. Why does he look fine? This. Undead Underworld King's pupils contracted to the size of needles. He looked at Zhuowen with an inconceivable expression. This move is indeed well hidden. Even I did not discover it. However, it is useless against me. Zhuowen grinned. The blood veins on his right arm became much more dazzling at this moment. Following which, Zhuowen clenched his right hand. Kacha. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Undead Underworld King's arm that was as thick as a tree was actually broken by Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen's right arm that was ready to attack was filled with surging blood flames. It turned into a blood arc in the air and blasted onto Undead Underworld King's chest. Kacha. Chapter 427. Crossing the river Styx. The undying Underworld King looked at the calm young man in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't understand why this young man looked as if nothing had happened even though his sharp claws had pierced through the young man's heart. He didn't even seem to be injured. I'm sorry. In a sense, I'm immortal. As long as it's not a vital part, I'm immortal, even if my heart is pierced. Shaking his head, Zhuowen smiled faintly. The wound on his left chest that was almost pierced through by the undying Underworld King was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within 3 breaths, the terrifying wound was completely healed. There was not even a scar left. Seeing Zhuowen's terrifying recovery ability, the undying Underworld King's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The young man in front of him was clearly a human. How could he have such a terrifying recovery ability? However, the undying Underworld King's doubts could no longer be answered because Zhuowen's fist, which was wrapped in bloody flames, grew larger and larger in his eyes. Then, the undying Underworld King felt his vision go dark. After dealing with the undying Underworld King, Zhuowen shrugged and frowned. This undying Underworld King might be the key to leaving the river Styx. Unfortunately, this guy is not friendly at all. It seems that I have to think of a way to leave the river Styx. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 2 whooshing sounds were heard. Soon after, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying arrived in front of Zhuowen from afar. Brother Zhuo, you summoned us in such a hurry. Did you find some clues? Gu Xian said with a smile with excitement on her face. Yes. I did find some clues. This is the underworld token I just obtained. It's said to be a pass to leave the river Styx, but I don't know how to use it. The only person who knew how to use it, the undying Underworld King, was killed by me just now. Throwing the underworld token to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Zhuowen pointed at the dead undying Underworld King behind him and began to narrate what had happened just now. Underworld token. Undead Underworld King. However, that undying Underworld King was truly hateful. The moment he appeared, he wanted to suck Brother Zhuo's blood essence. So what if he was killed? Since this nether tablet is the key to passing through the nether river, we might be able to find a way to use this nether tablet if we try to figure it out. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying didn't blame Zhuowen at all. After all, if they were in the same situation, they wouldn't hesitate to take action. However, after looking at the netherworld token over and over again, they finally gave up in disappointment. This was because they couldn't figure out what the netherworld token was for. What's going on with the second floor of the elemental tower? The 3 of us have just entered, and we're actually going to be trapped on this desolate island. Hu Wuying said somewhat irritably. Zhuowen and Gu Xian looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Just now, the 3 of them had examined the netherworld tablet one by one. They had used all the methods they could think of, but they still couldn't discover the mystery of the netherworld tablet. Creak. Creak. A creepy sound suddenly sounded in the open space, causing Zhuowen and the other 2's muscles to tense up. They looked around vigilantly. Don't be so nervous. TSK, brat, you really hurt me just now. You actually made me take so long to recover from it. Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Don't you know how to be gentle? A sharp voice sounded in the open space and reverberated. Zhuowen and the other two only then noticed that the owner of the voice was the undying underworld king, who was lying on the ground and had been beaten into a pile of rotten meat by Zhuowen. At this time, the undying underworld king was wriggling and twisting in a very strange posture on the ground. Then, countless white maggots covered the undying underworld king's body. In an instant, the undying underworld king's muscles were eaten clean, leaving only a black skeleton. Creak. The black skeleton slowly stood up and stretched. It turned 180 degrees on the spot and yawned. It said lazily, I still like the feeling of having no flesh. That sticky flesh sticking to my body is really disgusting. Looking at the shameless black skeleton in front of them, Zhuowen and the other two's foreheads were full of black lines. However, they didn't let down their guard. After all, the undying underworld king wasn't a good person. You're actually not dead. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Why are you making such a fuss? Since I'm called the undying underworld king, it means that I have an immortal body. If I'm killed by you so easily, do you think I'm worthy of being called the undying underworld king? The black eye sockets of the undying underworld king glared at Zhuowen with hidden bitterness, causing Zhuowen and the other two to have goosebumps. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. He didn't expect the undying underworld king to have an immortal body. Although the attack power of the undying underworld king wasn't high, the difficulty of dealing with the immortal body was quite a headache for Zhuowen. Why are the three of you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Also, your strength is quite good. Moreover, your recovery speed is also very terrifying. It's quite impressive for you to be able to kill me. The undying underworld king rested his chin on his right hand and gently stroked his chin with his fingers. The originally expressionless skeleton actually forced this fellow to make a difficult movement and smile. What are you trying to do? Zhuowen felt that he couldn't see through the undying underworld king and asked cautiously. Don't worry. I won't look for you to fight. Although I'm immortal, I'm not so cheap as to be abused by others. To tell you the truth, I'm the ruler of this river Styx. In other words, I'm in charge of this river Styx. Don't you want to cross the river Styx? Of course, it's not wrong to look for me. The undying underworld king once again revealed his signature cheap smile that deserved a beating. You're willing to help us cross the river Styx? Gu Xian quickly asked. You've also noticed that the entrance to the second floor of the Origin Chi Tower is this vast and boundless river Styx. And the underworld token is the pass to cross the river Styx. Only by crossing the river Styx can you reach the core of the Trial Mountain. The undying underworld king spoke with assurance. Trial Mountain. Since that's the case, we've already obtained the underworld token. How do we cross the river Styx? Zhuowen slightly frowned. After obtaining the underworld token, you still need a ferryman. Just the underworld token alone is useless. And this ferryman is me. If you want to invite me, you either have to pay half of your blood essence or survive 100 rounds with me. Hee, you little brat are very strong. You've directly killed me. This is the 100th life I've lost these days. I really don't know how you humans cultivate. You're so young, but each of you has such powerful strength. I really envy you. The undying underworld king shook his head and said. Hearing this, Zhuowen suddenly understood. No wonder the undying underworld king asked for half of his blood essence the first time he met him. It turned out that it was the reward for crossing the river Styx. Of course, if he wasn't willing to pay, he could only fight. However, what made Zhuowen quite surprised was that the undying underworld king had lost 100 lives in this period of time. Obviously, there were at least 100 people in the team in front of him whose strength was not weaker than him. It's really a gathering of geniuses. Sure enough, the selected teams aren't that simple. Zhuowen knew that those who could kill the undying Underworld King were at least at the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. This also meant that there were at least 100 people in the team in front of them who were at least at the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. There were probably more than that at the first wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Sigh. Guarding the gate is not an easy job. If I'm not careful, my life will be in danger. To think that I, the dignified undying Underworld King, have actually fallen to such a state. This is really, sigh. The black skeleton in front of them shook his head. The stiff skeleton face actually had a very difficult expression of melancholy. This made Zhuowen and the other two speechless. They secretly slandered him in their hearts. Is it really suitable for a skeleton to pretend to be melancholy? After sighing and lamenting, the undying Underworld King turned to Zhuowen and the other two and said, "Come with me. I'll bring you across the Underworld River." Saying that, the undying Underworld King came to the southern edge of the small island. With a light wave of his right hand, a dilapidated small boat suddenly appeared on the shore. Shortly after, the undying Underworld King jumped into the small boat. An ear-piercing creaking sound rang out and the small boat actually started to sway unstably. "The three of you come in. This boat is very sturdy. Don't worry." Within the small boat, the undying Underworld King waved his hand, indicating for Zhuowen and the other two to enter the boat. Looking at the small boat that was on the verge of collapsing, the corners of Zhuowen and the other two's eyes twitched. They were extremely doubtful if the boat of the undying Underworld King could really sail out. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the three of them finally decided to board the pirate boat of the undying Underworld King. After all, they could only trust the undying Underworld King now. Moreover, even if the undying Underworld King wanted to do something, Zhuowen was not afraid. With Zhuowen's current strength, he could easily kill the undying Underworld King in an instant. The Underworld River is filled with endless resentment. If you stay in the Underworld River for too long, some people with weak minds will easily be bewitched by the resentful spirits in the Underworld River. They will then jump into the Underworld River to die. Therefore, the three of you should hold on to the Underworld Token properly. The Underworld Token can protect your mind from being affected by the resentment. The undying Underworld King said solemnly. Hearing this, the three of them understood the seriousness of this matter. After entering the boat, they could also feel the surging resentment in the Underworld River sweeping towards them. Fortunately, the broken boat of the undying Underworld King had a layer of restriction that blocked the resentment outside. Swoosh! Under the activation of Zhuowen's Yuan energy, the Underworld Token emitted a layer of strange black barrier that enveloped the three of them. This Underworld Token is really magical. Being in this black barrier, my heart suddenly feels peaceful. Gu Xian said in surprise. Zhuowen and Hu Wuying nodded their heads. The barrier released by the Underworld Token had the effect of calming one's mind. At this moment, they felt much more comfortable and stable in their hearts. All right. Everyone hold on tight. Let's set sail. Chapter 428. Training Square. The Underworld River was filled with dark mist. Coupled with the fact that the water of the Underworld River was dark black, Zhuowen actually felt a strange atmosphere as he sat in the small boat. A woo! Woo! Mournful wails constantly reverberated in the surroundings, causing their eardrums to hurt. Looking towards the source of the sound, Zhuowen and the other two discovered that there were actually countless vengeful spirits hidden in the Underworld River. These vengeful spirits were similar in color to the Underworld River, so they hadn't noticed them when they were on the island. Now that they were sitting in the small boat and coming into close contact with the Underworld River, they discovered these terrifying and ferocious vengeful spirits. Hiss! There are actually so many vengeful spirits. No wonder the underworld tablet warned us not to enter the underworld river without permission. It turns out that there are actually so many vengeful spirits in there. In this boundless underworld river, even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive if they were to fall in. The underworld river was boundless, and the vengeful spirits hidden in the underworld river were innumerable. Just the radius of a few dozen meters around the boat was densely packed with vengeful spirits. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000 of them. And this was just a radius of a few dozen meters. The entire underworld river was so large, so how terrifying would the number of vengeful spirits hidden in it be? Looking at the countless vengeful spirits with their oily green eyes, they scrambled to gather around the boat. Mournful wails rang out incessantly, causing Zhuowen and the other two's scalps to go numb. Fortunately, you didn't directly enter the underworld river to cross the other side. I'm certain that even a kid like you wouldn't necessarily be able to last an incense stick's worth of time in the underworld river. You would be swallowed up by these countless vengeful spirits. The undying underworld king chuckled as he pointed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen laughed bitterly when he heard this. After seeing the vengeful spirits in the underworld river, he was indeed not confident that he would be able to cross the underworld river by himself. However, Zhuowen still believed that he would be able to escape unscathed after entering the underworld river. After all, he still had many trump cards on him. Undying underworld king, how long will it take to reach the training mountain? Zhuowen frowned as he looked at his surroundings that were still far away. Look at how impatient you are. Don't worry, the training mountain is on the other side of the underworld river. There's still about 2 hours. The undying underworld king grinned. Zhuowen nodded slightly and sat down cross-legged on the deck. Since he still had 2 hours, he could use this time to consolidate his cultivation. After all, he'd only just advanced into the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. The underworld river was 9 underworld rivers underworld river. At the center of the underworld river was a tall mountain peak. The underworld river was a mountain peak was a mountain that towered over the clouds was 9. The world river, underworld rivers underworld river was. Underworld river was the underworld river was a underworld river. The trial mountain was extremely large, occupying almost 2/3 of the land. The remaining 1/3 was densely covered by the black forest, looking extremely strange and terrifying. This continent was close to the edge of the Nether River. There was an extremely vast plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a huge stone tablet. It was 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet wide. From afar, it looked like a mountain protruding from the ground. It was majestic, magnificent, and lofty. At this time, the square was filled with many teams. At a glance, there were close to 10,000 people. These people were naturally the teams that had successfully advanced to the second level of the Vitality Tower. There were 1,000 teams that had successfully advanced to the second floor of the Origin Chi Tower, and each team had more than 10 people. Together, there were nearly 10,000 people. Fortunately, the plaza was extremely spacious and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Therefore, the plaza was not crowded with nearly 10,000 people. There were 5 groups that were the most dazzling in the square. They faintly became the focal point of everyone in the square. Quite a number of people from the super cities revealed a rich fear in their eyes when they saw these 5 groups. These 5 teams were naturally the 5 superpowers of the prefecture. They were the House of Marquis Qin, the Jade Lady Star Court, the House of Marquis Baichuan, the House of Marquis Yongsheng, and the House of Ruling Sword. Moreover, there were more than 20 people in these 5 teams. All of them were strong and powerful. Are the teams assigned to the Sandstone Island all trash? It's been more than a month, and we still haven't arrived at the trial square. A young man in white with a gloomy expression cursed fiercely in the team of the House of Marquis Qin. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this white-clothed youth was none other than Lu Yuanhua. Third brother. I heard that the last island is a sandstone island, right? I recall that the Tingjia City team was on the sandstone island. The calm LV Yongxing rubbed his palms as he spoke with a faint smile. Oh. So it's Tingjia City. That Zhuowen's strength isn't weak. Second brother, do you think that Tingjia City can enter the second level of the Vitality Tower? Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister expression as he spoke with a gloomy smile. Third brother, aren't you overestimating that Zhuowen too much? That Zhuowen does have some ability, but he's like an ant in front of a true ultimate emperor realm expert. Moreover, the Sandstone Island has 2 high-level cities, Thunder Universe City and Nine Dragon City. These 2 teams aren't simple. Do you think that Zhuowen has a chance to enter the second level? LV Yongxing sneered. Since it's Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City, then it seems that that bastard Zhuowen won't be able to enter the second level. What a pity. I originally wanted to teach that brat a lesson in the Vitality Tower, but now it seems that I won't have the chance. Lu Yuanhua shook his head as he spoke gloomily. There will be plenty of opportunities. Once the Vitality Tower is over, I'll accompany you to Tingjia City to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. At this point, LV Yongxing's eyes were filled with killing intent. That's true. Once the Vitality Tower is over, I'll let that Zhuowen know the consequences of offending me. Lu Yuanhua sneered as the corners of his mouth lifted. Not far from the house of Marquis Qin's team was the Jade Lady Celestial Court. The Jade Lady Celestial Court's team was composed entirely of women. These women were dressed in light muslin, and their figures were graceful and elegant. In this square, they were undoubtedly an extremely beautiful scenery. In the square, many contestants' eyes were faintly fixed on the Jade Lady Celestial Court's team. In the depths of their eyes, there was intoxication and infatuation. In particular, the perfect figure in front of the Jade Lady Celestial Court's team firmly attracted countless gazes. This figure was the first of the younger generation of the Jade Lady Celestial Court, Luo Xing. At the same time, she was also a top genius on the Green Emperor list. In the entire Muqin County, Luo Xing's cultivation was second only to Lve Tao of the House of Marquis Qin. She was only 19 years old, and her talent was even more terrifying than Lve Tao's. The reason why her cultivation was weaker than Lve Tao's was because her cultivation time was much shorter than Lve Tao's. Luo Xing stood there, slender and elegant, like a blooming white lotus. She had a kind of otherworldly temperament that could only be seen from afar. It was this natural temperament that firmly attracted countless gazes. Luo Xing was obviously used to the blazing gazes around her. On her hazy face, there was not the slightest change in expression. Instead, she looked extremely calm and indifferent. Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Celestial Court is really a peerless genius. Not only is his talent monstrous, even his aura has become even more attractive with the passage of time. Lv Yuanhua's eyes were intoxicated as he stared at Luo Xing's otherworldly figure nearby and muttered. Luo Xing is the most amazing woman in Muqin County. Countless people call her the most beautiful woman in the county. Which man is not obsessed with such a woman? But you don't have to think about Luo Xing. In Muqin County, I'm afraid that only my eldest brother is worthy of her. Lv Yongxing shrugged. Second brother. You don't have to hit me like this, do you? Although I know that I don't have a chance with a woman like Luo Xing, I can at least satisfy my desire. I just don't know when Luo Xing will become my sister-in-law. Lu Yuanhua said helplessly. Ha! Second brother is only reminding you to act according to your ability. Even I, your second brother, would feel ashamed of my inferiority before a woman like Luo Xing, let alone you. However, there are many beauties in the Jade Lady Celestial Court. That Qing Lian is not bad. Lv Yongxing put his hands behind his back and looked past Luo Xing. Instead, his gaze landed on the green-clothed woman standing behind Luo Xing. She also had an otherworldly temperament. The green-clothed woman was Qin Lian, who was on good terms with Zhuowen. Later, when Zhuowen was almost killed by LV Yongsheng, it was Qin Lian who came to his rescue. It could be said that Zhuowen owed Qin Lian a lot of favors. At this moment, in the Jade Lady Celestial Court team, Luo Xing frowned slightly and glanced at Qin Lian behind her. She said indifferently, "Qin Lian, I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City won't be able to make it. Although Zhuowen's talent is not bad, his strength and talent are far from enough in the Origin Qi Tower where geniuses gather." Qin Lian lowered her head slightly and smiled bitterly. In fact, when she learned that Zhuowen had been assigned to the Sandstone Island, she knew that it would be extremely difficult for Rattan Armor City to successfully ascend to the second level. The teams on the Sandstone Island were too strong. Even with Zhuowen's half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm strength, it would be difficult for him to successfully ascend to the second level. Once bitten, twice shy. In the future, when you meet geniuses from these so-called low-level cities, you need to think twice before you act. You should know that the Heavenly Armor continent has no lack of geniuses, but rather experts. No matter how talented a genius is, if he doesn't grow up, he's just an illusion. Previously, you spent a lot of effort on Zhuowen. At the same time, you also used your authority in the Jade Lady Celestial Court to help Zhuowen a lot. I won't pursue this matter any further. Just take it as a lesson. In the future, I hope that you will act more prudently. Don't let your emotions affect your rationality. Do you understand? Luo Xing said in a low voice. With a bitter smile, Qin Lian replied softly, "Senior sister Luo Xing, Qin Lian will remember your teachings. I won't do it again." "Since you know your mistake, that's good." Luo Xing nodded in satisfaction and looked away. Chapter 429. Arrival Dong. The distant sound of a bell reverberated in every corner of the square, immediately attracting the attention of countless people in the square. The bell has rung again. It seems that another team has crossed the river Styx and arrived at the training square. If I remember correctly, this should be the last team. I wonder which city this team belongs to. I remember that the last ascending island in the Endless Ocean is the Sandstone Island. It is said that the competition on the Sandstone Island is extremely fierce. There are actually teams from 4 high-class cities appearing at the same time. 2 of them are the extremely famous Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. If I'm not wrong, the team that has arrived at the square should be one of the 2 teams. In front of the square was the endless river Styx. At this time, the dark fog above the river Styx began to roll. A lonely boat slowly sailed in the black fog. The teams of the 5 major forces in the center of the square also focused their attention on the boat that was gradually approaching the river Styx. They wanted to see who this team that had made them wait for nearly a month was. If I'm not wrong, this team should be from Nine Dragon City. I know Foam Long from Nine Dragon City. That guy's realm is extremely high. He's a guy who can break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm at any time. LV Yongsheng, who was in the house of Marquis Qin's team, said confidently. "Second Prince, you're quite confident. Maybe it's Thunder Universe City. After all, the Thunder Universe City's Thunder Light Body Tempering secret technique is extremely famous. After cultivating it to the advanced stage, its power almost reaches an unfathomable level." A somewhat discordant voice sounded. "Su Tianliang, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. I'm afraid you still don't know that Pang Tong from Thunder Universe City once exchanged pointers with Foam Long. In the end, Foam Long won. Do you still think that the last team will be from Thunder Universe City?" LV Yongsheng said with slight displeasure. The person who spoke to refute LV Yongsheng was a young man in a sky-blue robe. He was playing with 2 round balls in his hands. At this time, the young man's mouth was full of ridicule. This person was the eldest son of the Marquis of Baichuan and one of the top geniuses of the house of Marquis Qin, Su Tianliang. His strength was above LV Yongsheng's, and he was ranked around 80th on the Green Emperor list. There are no absolutes in this world. Second Prince, you are so certain and you don't have any concrete evidence to prove it. Naturally, it is difficult for me to be convinced. Su Tianliang looked down and said with an indifferent expression. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I'm well aware of Feng Long's strength. He's definitely the undisputed number one amongst all the quasi-ultimate monarch realm cultivators. Moreover, I'm afraid that Feng Long has already broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. LV Yongsheng didn't really want to argue with Su Tianliang and said coldly. Could it be that the two of you are certain that the last team to appear is from either Nine Dragons City or Thunder Universe City? Maybe a Dark Horse team will appear on the Sandstone Island. Within the Eternal Prosperity Marquis group, the tall and sturdy Qin Batian grinned as he spoke with deep meaning. Brother Qin thinks too much. There are only a total of 4 teams from high-grade cities on the Sandstone Island. Among them, there's no need to mention what kind of trash Green Dragon City and Jiayu City are. I'm afraid that even some of the stronger intermediate-grade cities are much stronger than these 2 trash teams. As for the strength of Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City, everyone knows that apart from these 2 cities, does Brother Qin believe that the remaining intermediate-grade cities and even lower-grade cities can compare to Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City? LV Yongsheng said with a faint smile. I'm just saying. Actually, I also feel that the possibility of this team being from Nine Dragon City is higher. Qin Batian shrugged. Within the house of Marquis Qin's group, LV Itao, who was originally sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, there's no need to argue. When the ferryman sends that team to the plaza, the result will naturally be clear. The moment LV Itao opened his mouth, the entire plaza became extremely silent. Regardless of whether it was Su Tianliang or Qin Batian, they did not speak anymore. Instead, they looked at the calm figure sitting cross-legged with fear in their eyes. Ever since LV Itao had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm, he had become more and more unfathomable. Although Qin Batian and Su Tianliang were not afraid of LV Yongsheng, they could not help but be afraid of LV Itao, the number one genius of the house of Marquis Qin. Big Brother's words are reasonable. Now, it's all empty talk. Only when we see it will we know. Looking at Su Tianliang and Qin Batian, who had suddenly become silent, LV Yongsheng's face revealed a trace of delight as he chuckled. Creak. At the same time, the boat in the Netherworld River finally reached the shore. The ear-piercing sound of the boat hitting the shore slowly rang out, causing the plaza to become even quieter. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on the small boat in front of the plaza. Under everyone's gaze, 3 figures slowly disembarked from the boat and entered the plaza. Why are there so few people? Only 3 people. That's right. There are at least 6 or 7 people in an intermediate city, and at least 8 people in an advanced city. Why are there only 3 people in this team? Could it be that a few people died in the first level? It should be. In the endless ocean of the first level of the Vitality Tower, the difficulty of the thousands of islands is different. Some are simple, some are difficult. I'm afraid that the trial in the Sandstone Island is much more difficult than usual, so it's normal to lose a few people there. That's not right. Why don't I know these 3 people? They're not from Nine Dragons City or Thunder Universe City at all. I've seen the members of these 2 cities. They're not from Nine Dragons City at all. Zhuowen and the other 2 slowly walked into the plaza. When their faces appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused a commotion. It's actually Zhuowen. How is it possible? How can Ra-10 Armor City compete with Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City? LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua's faces instantly stiffened. They stared at the young man in front of the 3 figures who appeared at the entrance of the plaza in disbelief. When Lve Tao heard Zhuowen's name, his eyelids twitched slightly. He raised his eyes and glanced at the three figures in the distance indifferently, then no longer paid attention. Lu Yuanhua and Lv Yongxing had told him about Zhuowen, but he had never paid attention to it. After all, at his level, there were not many geniuses who could enter his eyes. Even if Zhuowen succeeded in advancing to the second level of the Vitality Tower by virtue of his identity in a low-level city, Lve Tao still could not arouse too much interest because his vision was not limited to the small Muqin County, but the entire Qing Xian Empire and the glorious battle of the 9 counties in a few years. In the Jade Lady Star Court team, Qing Lian, who was originally gloomy, saw the tall and slender figure at the entrance of the plaza, and her watery eyes involuntarily filled with a touch of mist. Zhuowen did not let her down. He actually passed through the first level of the Vitality Tower and reached the second level. Senior Sister Luo Xing. Zhuowen has successfully entered the second level. I believe that my decision should be right. This Zhuowen should be able to help our Jade Lady Star Court in this battle for the Vitality Tower. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter, staring at Luo Xing's back with a happy smile. Luo Xing was silent for a moment. She stared deeply at Zhuowen and said lightly, "It's really surprising. The competition on the Sandstone Island is extremely fierce." This Zhuowen was able to seize control of the Sandstone Island from the 2 strong teams of 9 Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. It's really not easy, but it's hard to say whether this boy can help our Jade Lady Star Court. If this boy can smoothly enter the 3rd level, then he is really qualified to help us. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Although Luo Xing's attitude was still as cold as water, Qing Lian's face was still full of smiles. She understood her eldest senior sister very well. Luo Xing's usual behavior was extremely cold and even indifferent. It was extremely difficult to make her completely accept something. In the past, Luo Xing was suspicious of Zhuowen. If it were not for Qing Lian's insistence, Luo Xing would not even pay attention to a boy from such a low-level city. But now, Zhuowen's performance was obviously enough to enter Luo Xing's eyes. At least, Luo Xing was not as opposed to Qing Lian as before. It was this slight change in Luo Xing's attitude that made Qing Lian very happy. Her beautiful eyes looking at Zhuowen became more and more gentle. As soon as Zhuowen and the other 2 entered the square, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the square. These gazes were strange, suspicious, envious, and puzzled. In the face of so many gazes, Zhuowen was calm and composed, without the slightest shyness or avoidance. However, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying behind Zhuowen's performance was somewhat unsatisfactory. The 2 of them were not as shameless as Zhuowen, and their background was also not as good as Zhuowen's. Being stared at by so many people, their expressions were extremely unnatural. Leading Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Zhuowen strode directly to the stone tablet in the center of the square and casually found a relatively remote place. At the same time, Zhuowen keenly noticed that several gazes had been fixed on him since he appeared in the square. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen turned his neck slightly and suddenly found the owners of these gazes. One of them was Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Star Court team. As if sensing Zhuowen's gaze, Qing Lian smiled sweetly. Her white face was full of joy, as if she was happier that Zhuowen could come to the 2nd floor of the Yuan Qi Tower than that she could come in herself. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen also returned a smile. Qing Lian had helped him a lot. Zhuowen secretly remembered all of this in his heart. In his mind, he was thinking that he had to find an opportunity to repay Qing Lian's favor. The other 2 gazes were not very friendly, because the owners of these gazes were Lv Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua. Since Zhuowen entered the square, Lv Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua's gazes were firmly fixed on Zhuowen. In the depths of their gazes, there was a chill and killing intent. They did not expect that Zhuowen could also advance to the 2nd floor of the Yuan Qi Tower. It seems that the heavens are helping me. Since Zhuowen has smoothly advanced, then we can solve this problem in the Yuan Qi Tower. LV Yongxing grinned. Chapter 430. Heaven and Earth Plate, Brother Zhua, I trust you've been well since we last met. The fact that you were able to advance to the second floor has exceeded many people's expectations. A clear voice came from not far away. Turning his gaze slightly, a group of more than 10 people slowly walked towards Zhuowen. The person in the lead was a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in a white robe and had a refined smile on his face. He looked extremely amiable. Beside the white-clothed young man was a red-clothed woman with a heroic aura. At this moment, the red-clothed woman was also smiling as she nodded towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen was no stranger to this group. It was the group from Broken Rock City. The white-clothed young man was Ouyang Hanxian, the son of Ouyang Yintu. The red-clothed woman standing beside Ouyang Hanxian was Ouyang Ruoli. These two had fought side by side with Zhuowen and entered the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool together. Speaking of which, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli's relationship with Zhuowen had always been good. However, Zhuowen had left Broken Rock City to prepare for the Origin Chi Tower battle and return to Rotten Armor City, so he rarely met the two of them. Brother Hanxian, big sister Ruoli, it's not like you don't know me. Advancing to the second floor of the Origin Chi Pagoda was within your expectations. Zhuowen walked up to them and shook his head with a smile. Indeed, with your talent and strength, we naturally believe that you have the strength to enter the second floor. But what I didn't expect was that even 9 Dragon City wasn't your match. It can be seen that your recent progress has exceeded my expectations. However, I can't see through your realm. Have you advanced to the Ultimate Emperor realm? Ouyang Hanxian shook his head and fixed his gaze on Zhuowen. He knew that a genius like Zhuowen would definitely advance at an explosive speed after entering the Origin Chi Tower. It should be normal for him to reach the first Ultimate Emperor realm now. I just reached it by luck. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said vaguely. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't foolishly reveal that he had already reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. He had originally planned to hide a part of his strength. After all, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing had always wanted to kill him, so he had to be on guard. Only by hiding a part of his strength and letting Lu Yuanhua and the others think that his strength was only so could the former relax their vigilance and not completely target him. If Zhuowen directly revealed that he had reached the Ultimate Emperor realm, it would definitely attract the attention of Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing. With the enmity between the two of them, they would definitely kill him in the Origin Chi Tower by hook or by crook. After all, Zhuowen's current progress was too fast. It was so fast that even Zhuowen himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Currently, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing were restricted by the rules of the Origin Chi Tower battle and didn't dare to openly make a move against Zhuowen. However, if they knew that Zhuowen had truly advanced, the former would very likely shed all pretense of cordiality and kill Zhuowen at all costs. Brother Zhua is indeed a heavenly genius. Back then, your cultivation wasn't as good as mine, but now, you've already caught up to me. This kind of talent really makes Hanxian feel ashamed of his inferiority. Ouyang Hanxian was shocked when he heard this and smiled. Brother Hanxian, there's no need to flatter me too much. Brother Hanxian, you're the one who's advancing very quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you're already a cultivator at the peak of the first cycle of the Emperor realm. You're only half a step away from the second cycle of the Emperor realm. Zhuowen didn't want to harp on this topic and hurriedly changed the subject. Ouyang Hanxian's eyes revealed a trace of pride when Zhuowen mentioned him. He had indeed obtained a lot of benefits on the first floor of the Origin Chi Tower. From the intermediate Ultimate Emperor realm to the peak Ultimate Emperor realm, his progress couldn't be said to be slow. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying respectfully followed behind Zhuowen. They didn't find it strange that Zhuowen knew Ouyang Hanxian and the others. After all, they had also heard of Zhuowen's deeds in Broken Rock City. Zhuowen chatted with Ouyang Hanxian for a while, then his gaze landed on the huge stone tablet in the middle of the square. He asked curiously, "Brother Hanxian, do you know what the second floor of the Origin Chi Tower is about? And what is this stone tablet in the middle of the square for?" "Oh. It seems like Brother Zhuo doesn't know anything about it. Alright, then I'll explain it to you in detail." Hearing Zhuo Wen's question, Ouyang Hanxian was rather surprised. Soon after, he smiled and said, "This square is called the Training Square. Tens of thousands of miles away from this square, there is a towering mountain peak that reaches into the clouds called the Training Mountain. It is the main training ground of the second floor of the Origin Chi Tower. Of course, not just anyone can enter the Training Mountain. Everyone must obtain a world imprint to enter the Training Mountain. As for the method to obtain a world imprint, it depends on this world imprint." Ouyang Hanxian pointed at the huge stone tablet in the middle of the square with a smile on his face. "World imprint?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he looked at the majestic stone tablet in front of him. This world imprint is extremely mysterious. As long as you infuse the Yuan Qi in your body into it, it will analyze the structure and power in your body and determine what kind of strength you have. At that time, it will bestow you with a corresponding level of imprint. As he spoke, Ouyang Hanxian pointed at the surface of the worldly monolith with his right hand and continued, "Look carefully at the front of the worldly monolith. There are a total of 3 regions on this front. From top to bottom, they are the heaven, earth, and mortal regions. The heaven region is the highest, while the mortal region is the lowest. Normally, as long as one's strength reaches the ultimate emperor realm, one will be able to obtain the mortal imprint. Ultimate emperor realm will be able to obtain the earth imprint." Zhuo Wen's eyes followed the direction that Ouyang Hanxian was pointing at. Indeed, Zhuo Wen saw the heaven, earth, and man regions on the surface of the heaven and earth monolith. These 3 regions were separated by purple gold lines. In each region, there was a giant word. The words were heaven, earth, and man. Then what's the difference between the heaven, earth, and human imprints? According to what you said, even if one obtains the heaven, earth, and human imprints, they can still enter the Training Mountain. Doesn't that mean the difference between the heaven, earth, and human imprints isn't that obvious? Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he pondered. He. Since it's divided into 3 areas, it's naturally not without reason. There must be a difference. Ouyang Hanxian revealed a mysterious smile. "I'd like to hear the details." Zhuowen asked curiously. The second level of the tower's training is very different from the first level. The first level is to seize the Ascension Island and break through the void to enter the second level. In fact, this method is much more relaxed. However, the second level is different. All of the training on the second level is within the Training Mountain, and it's also a knockout competition. The Training Mountain is extremely large, and the passages inside extend in all directions. This time, all of the contestants from our 1,000 teams will enter the Training Mountain and fight one-on-one. The winner will be able to enter the next passage. This process will repeat until you reach the depths of the Training Mountain. Only the winner will be able to enter the deepest part of the Training Mountain. It's said that there are many treasures in the depths of the Training Mountain. There are spirit treasures, elixirs, secret skills, and armor skills. The wealth of treasures inside is far beyond our imagination. For example, some rare Earth-rank spirit treasures, Emperor-rank armor skills, 6th-grade elixirs, and other rare treasures can be found in the Training Mountain. Of course, rich rewards are often accompanied by extremely high risks. The Heaven and Earth imprint is the difficulty of the Training Mountain for the contestants. In other words, the higher the level of the imprint you obtain, the higher the level of the treasures you can obtain after passing the Training Mountain. At this point, Ouyang Hanxian let out a light sigh. His eyes revealed a trace of passion as he looked at the Heaven and Earth imprint. Obviously, he was extremely eager for the Heaven and Earth imprint inside. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood the purpose of the Heaven and Earth imprint. In layman's terms, the Heaven and Earth imprint provided the contestants with a ticket to enter the training mountain. Of course, this ticket was also divided into high and low grades. If one wanted to obtain a high-grade ticket, they had to show enough strength. And the higher the grade of the ticket, the greater the benefits within the training mountain. Brother Han Xian, do you think that an Earth rank imprint holder can defeat a Heaven rank imprint holder? If the former defeats the latter, would the Heaven rank imprint just disappear? Zhuowen muttered to himself for a moment before finally asking this question. After listening to Ouyang Hanxuan's introduction, Zhuowen longed for the many benefits within the training mountain. In theory, it's very difficult for an Earth rank imprint holder to defeat a Heaven rank imprint holder, but there are exceptions to everything. If the former defeats the latter, then the Heaven rank imprint won't disappear. Instead, it will be swallowed by the former and become the former's possession. Moreover, the imprints can stack and strengthen each other. Every time you defeat an imprint holder of the same rank, the imprint in your hand will become more powerful. When you gather 100 Earth rank imprints, then the imprint in your hand will transform into a Heaven rank imprint. Ouyang Hanxian patiently explained to Zhuowen. However, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. Brother Zhua, it seems that you're planning to gather Earth rank imprints. That's very difficult. It's better to hurry through the training mountains checkpoint and obtain the benefits that belong to you. After all, the remaining 1,000 teams aren't easy to provoke. I'm just asking. I also know that it's very difficult. Seeing Ouyang Hanxuan's serious expression, Zhuowen laughed involuntarily. There are too many monsters in this year's Origin Chi Tower battle. Even if I advance to the 3rd floor, it'll be somewhat difficult. Ouyang Hanxian shook his head. Brother Hanxian, since Earth rank imprints can be stacked, then can Heaven rank imprints be stacked? Zhuowen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. Chapter 431. The Shocked Guyu Tian Wuxia. Just as Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were chatting happily, a golden circle suddenly appeared in the sky above the plaza. The golden circle continuously rotated and slowly landed on an empty space in the plaza. As the golden light receded, a densely packed crowd appeared on the empty ground. There were nearly 1,000 people in this crowd, and at the front of this crowd were 5 extraordinary figures. These 1,000 people looked at these 5 figures with reverence and respect in their eyes. Marquis Lu and the others have arrived. My father and the city lord of Rotten Armor City should also be in this crowd. It seems that the city lord of Rotten Armor City is with my father and Senior Chiu. Ouyang Hanxian, who was originally chatting cheerfully beside Zhuowen, noticed the sudden appearance of a group of people not far away. His eyes immediately lit up and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Zhuowen, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying also noticed Ouyang Yintu, Chiu Chou, and Guyu Tian, who were chatting cheerfully in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd. Father! City Lord Gu! Gu Xian and Hu Wuying shouted in surprise when they saw Guyu Tian's unnatural expression in the distance. Then, the two of them nodded to Zhuowen and directly rushed toward Guyu Tian. Brother Zhua, let's go as well. Ouyang Yintu spread out his hands in a rather graceful manner. Let's go together. Nodding, Zhuowen, Ouyang Yintu, and the others also walked toward the empty space. Aside from Zhuowen, Ouyang Yintu, and the other groups in the plaza also rushed toward the crowd with surprised expressions. They all saw their own city lords. Guyu Tian, who originally had a reserved expression, also saw Gu Xian and Hu Wuying in front of him. The reserved expression on his face faded quite a bit. He smiled and said, Gu Xian, Hu Wuying. Now that he saw Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Guyu Tian's anxious heart finally relaxed. After all, the life and death of the contestants in the Tower of Vitality were predestined. Although he knew that Rotten Armor City had successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the Tower of Vitality, it didn't mean that everyone in Rattan Armor City was safe and sound. Even if Gu Xian and Hu Wuying both died, leaving only Zhuowen to seize control of Ascension Island, Rattan Armor City could still be considered to have successfully advanced. He wasn't worried about Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was very strong, and Gu Xian and Hu Wuying were too weak. Gu Tian was afraid that Gu Xian and Hu Wuying would die in the first level of the Tower of Vitality. If that happened, it would be a huge blow to him. I didn't expect that the two of you would be fine, Gu Tian said excitedly as he held Gu Xian's shoulders with both hands. However, he soon discovered that Gu Xian's aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. He couldn't see through Gu Xian's cultivation at all. Xian, you broke through. You've reached the Heavenly King realm. Gu Tian was pleasantly surprised. He knew that if he couldn't see through Gu Xian's cultivation, it meant that Gu Xian's cultivation had surpassed his. Lord Gu, your son isn't just a Heavenly King realm cultivator. He's a genuine half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Ouyang Yuntu suddenly smiled as he stood behind Gu Tian. What? Half-step Ultimate Emperor realm? Xian, you were only at the peak of the Earth King realm before you entered the Tower of Vitality. It's only been a little over a month, and you've already reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Isn't this a little too fast? Gu Tian suddenly stuttered as he stared at Gu Xian in disbelief. Lord Father, I have indeed reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Lord Ouyang didn't lie to you. Moreover, Wuying has already reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Gu Xian nodded and said seriously. What? Hu Wuying has also reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. A little over a month ago, his cultivation was lower than yours. He was only at the peak of the Earth King realm. But now, he's also at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Gu Tian hadn't even finished digesting the news that Gu Xian had reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm when he received an even more shocking piece of news. His right hand trembling, Gu Tian stared at Hu Wuying, who was standing beside Gu Xian. As expected, Hu Wuying's aura was extremely vast. It was no different from Gu Xian's. Good. 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 The excitement on Gu Tian's face was at its peak after he said the word good 3 times in a row. He looked at Gu Xian and Hu Wuying with a burning gaze. Looks like there's hope for the rise of Vine Armor City. With the two of you and Zhuowen, Vine Armor City will have 3 ultimate half-step emperors, ahaha. Gu Tian's face was filled with gratification. He knew better than anyone what 3 half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivators meant. Rattan Armor City was already comparable to a high-ranking city. In fact, it might even surpass an ordinary high-ranking city. However, Gu Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Father, the two of us can't compare to Zhuowen. Zhuowen has already broken through to the Ultimate Emperor realm after entering the Origin Chi Tower. His strength has already undergone an earth-shattering change. Gu Tian, who had been laughing heartily, widened his eyes when he heard Gu Xian's words. The smile on his face froze and his lips trembled. He picked at his ears and said shakily, Xian, what did you say? Say it again. Say it again. Brother Zhua is extremely talented. After entering the first level of the Origin Chi Tower, he successfully passed through the heavenly tribulation and reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. Now, Brother Zhua's strength is comparable to some of the other monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, the reason why the two of us have improved so quickly is all because of Brother Zhua's help. Gu Xian smiled as she repeated herself. Gu Xian's words were ambiguous. He didn't directly say that Zhuowen had already reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. This was because before coming to the training field, Zhuowen had already warned the two of them not to reveal his true strength, even if this person was the city lord of Rattan Armor City. Although they were rather confused by Zhuowen's request, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying naturally agreed because they trusted Zhuowen. Zhuowen has actually broken through, he's reached the ultimate emperor realm. Doesn't that mean that our Rattan Armor City now has a truly powerful ultimate emperor realm expert? Guyu Tian was so excited that he was speaking incoherently. Although he had guessed that Zhuowen would very likely reach the ultimate emperor realm in the Origin Chi Tower, he also knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. The difficulty of reaching the ultimate emperor realm from the half-step ultimate emperor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he didn't dare to think about it, even if Zhuowen's talent was truly monstrous. However, now that Gu Xian's words had confirmed his guess, the surging excitement in his heart finally reached its peak. At this moment, he was almost speaking incoherently. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, who were standing behind Guyu Tian, revealed a trace of shock when they heard this news. After all, Zhuowen and the others had only been in the Origin Chi Tower for a little over a month. To reach the ultimate emperor realm in such a short period of time, this speed was truly too fast. Seeing Guyu Tian, Ouyang Yuntu, and Qiu Chou's expressions of shock, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. They muttered to themselves, if they told them that Zhuowen had already reached the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm, what would Guyu Tian and the others' expressions be like? Lord Gu. Congratulations, it is truly a blessing for your Rattan Armor City to have a monstrous genius like young friend Zhuowen. Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou both laughed heartily as they congratulated him. The two of you are right, it is truly a blessing for our Rattan Armor City to have Zhuowen. Although he knew that Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou were only so polite to him because of Zhuowen, he didn't dare to slight them in the slightest. After all, the two people in front of him had a much higher status than him. City Lord Ouyang, and Senior Qiu, long time no see. At this moment, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of Guyu Tian and the others with Ouyang Hanxian. He had a warm smile on his face. Zhuowen. Guyu Tian, Qiu Chou, and Ouyang Yuntu's eyes all lit up when they saw Zhuowen arrive. They couldn't help but reveal smiles on their faces. This was especially true for Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yuntu. After sensing the surging aura on Zhuowen's body, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Gu Xian hadn't lied. Zhuowen had indeed reached the ultimate emperor realm. His aura, which allowed him to manipulate the power of heaven and earth at any time, couldn't be faked. Moreover, Qiu Chou's sharp senses also discovered that the aura within Zhuowen's body was very strange. It was actually a bit stronger than an ordinary ultimate emperor realm cultivator. This made Qiu Chou frown slightly. He was quite puzzled. Although Zhuowen had done his best to conceal the aura of an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, Qiu Chou was still a peak ultimate emperor realm cultivator. He could still detect some abnormalities from Zhuowen's aura. However, Qiu Chou didn't take it to heart. He wouldn't ask Zhuowen about it for no reason. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Zhuowen, Guyu Tian, really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, our Rattan Armor City wouldn't have had the chance to enter the second level of the tower. And I, Guyu Tian, am just a nobody. I wouldn't have had the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with so many experts. And if it weren't for you, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying wouldn't have been able to reach the half-step ultimate emperor realm so quickly. Zhuowen, Guyu Tian, really have to thank you. With that, Guyu Tian bowed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen had done far too much for Rattan Armor City, but they hadn't helped Zhuowen at all. This made Guyu Tian feel extremely guilty. Zhuowen smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of origin energy lifted Guyu Tian up. Why are you treating me like an outsider, Lord Gu? Rattan Armor City isn't just yours. It's also mine, Zhuowen's. It's where I was born and raised. It's my hometown. If a person doesn't even care about their hometown, do you think they're still human? With that, Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou looked at each other and nodded with praise. Although the youth before them didn't have broad shoulders or a sturdy body, he used his not-so-broad but extremely straight spine to prop up a lowly city like Rattan Armor City. He even raised it to the same height as many high-ranking cities. Chapter 432. Top geniuses of the younger generation. After the hubbub, the training square suddenly became much quieter. At this time, the 1,000 teams had found their respective city lords and were neatly lined up in the center of the square. They looked at the 5 extraordinary figures in front of the square with reverence. These 5 figures were naturally the leaders of the 5 superpowers of the prefecture: Lu Nantian of the House of Marquis Qin, Master of the Meteorite of the Jade Lady Starcourt, Su Chang of the Marquis of Baichuan, Qin Ya of the Marquis of Yongsheng, and Xianyuanli of the Imperial Sword Sect. Among them, the teams of the 5 superpowers were lined up in front of the square, enjoying the admiration of the other teams in the square. However, this was also something they deserved. After all, the 5 superpowers had more geniuses than the other forces in Wuxia County, and they were also much stronger. They represented the top battle strength of the younger generation in Wuxia County. No one in the square thought that there was anything wrong with the 5 teams standing at the front of the line. On the contrary, most of the geniuses in the square looked at the 5 teams with fear and reverence in their eyes. Lu Nantian stepped out from under the huge firmament monolith. His sharp eyes swept across the teams in the square, and he said loudly, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first level of the Vitality Tower. There are hundreds of thousands of teams participating in this year's Vitality Tower battle. The fact that all of you can stand out from these tens of thousands of teams is enough to prove that all of you are 1 in 100 geniuses in Wuxia County." At this point, the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the square showed a pleased expression. If these words came from other people's mouths, they naturally wouldn't feel anything. However, who was Lu Nantian? He was the number 1 expert in Wuxia County. Hearing such words of praise from such a peerless expert naturally made the nearly 10,000 geniuses in the square feel very pleased. However, this is only the first level of the Vitality Tower. You all know that there are 4 levels in the Vitality Tower, and each level is more difficult than the last. This is the training square, and in the depths of the square is the core of the second level of the Vitality Tower, the Mountain of Trials. The Mountain of Trials is the test of the second level of the Vitality Tower. As he spoke, Lu Nantian's right hand pointed at the towering mountain behind him. His expression was extremely calm and solemn from beginning to end. Everyone in the plaza looked in the direction that Lu Nantian was pointing at and naturally saw the vast and majestic training mountain. Many of them had pensive looks in their eyes, and some even had excited expressions. It was obvious that many of them had some understanding of the training mountain. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this training mountain, right? Spirit treasures, spirit herbs, secret skills, armor skills, and various other treasures. The training mountain doesn't lack anything. Even the extremely rare Earth rank spirit treasures, royal rank armor skills, ultimate secret skills, and grade 6 spirit herbs are all here. As long as you're strong enough and brave enough, you'll be able to obtain more. Whoosh! A commotion immediately broke out in the open ground when they heard these words. A noisy uproar also sounded one after another. Actually, only the geniuses from the super factions knew the details regarding the trial mountain. However, there were very few high-grade cities, middle-grade cities and low-grade cities who knew about it. Therefore, when they heard Lu Nantian mention that royal rank armor skills, earth rank spirit treasures, and other peerless treasures that couldn't be bought in Wuxia County could appear in the training mountain, it naturally caused many of the geniuses' breathing to quicken as their gazes blazed. This training mountain actually has so many treasures, it's really a treasure trove. You'll need to be alive to obtain the treasures. Didn't you hear Marquis Lu say that the dangers inside are even more terrifying than the first level? High rewards are always accompanied by high risks. If you're afraid of everything, how can you progress in the martial Tao? A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Nantian's face as he gazed at the bustling plaza. After gesturing for silence, he continued, opportunities are accompanied by risks. Moreover, the training mountain isn't a place that just anyone can enter. If you want to enter, you'll need to obtain a world imprint. With that, Lu Nantian pointed at the huge world imprint behind him and said, this is the world imprint. It contains countless world imprints. All you need to do is channel your energy into the world imprint as much as you can, and the world imprint will automatically analyze your strength and give you a corresponding imprint. The world imprint is split into 3 ranks. From high to low, they are the heaven imprint, earth imprint, and human imprint. If you want to obtain a world imprint, you'll need to be at least a half-step ultimate emperor. Moreover, the higher the rank of the world imprint, the greater the benefits you'll obtain after entering the training mountain. With that, Lu Nantian scanned the plaza solemnly and said, the world imprint is actually a pass to enter the training mountain. If no one has any objections, we'll begin the test on the world imprint in order. With that, Lu Nantian focused his gaze on the 5 young figures at the very front of the group. These 5 figures represented the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqin province. Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhu Qi, and Lv Yongsheng. The 6 of you are geniuses on the Qin Xian Empire's most authoritative ranking, the Qin Xian rankings. At the same time, you're the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqin province. The test on the world imprint will begin with you. As soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, 6 figures slowly walked out of the 5 groups at the very front of the plaza. They were Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhu Qi, and Lv Yongsheng. The 6 of them bowed respectfully to Lv Nantian, then slowly walked to the front of the huge worldly monolith. These 6 people are the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqin province. It's said that Lu Yitao has already reached the ultimate emperor stage. He's even ranked 15th on the Qin Xian rankings. How amazing! Luo Xing from the Jade Lady Star Court is also a prodigy. He's the youngest of the 6, but his cultivation is second only to Lu Yitao. It's said that he's preparing to reach the ultimate emperor stage. If he succeeds, he won't be much weaker than Lu Yitao. Zhu Qi is also very powerful. He's already mastered the imperial armor technique of the imperial sword sect, the imperial sword technique. He's ranked higher than Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, and Lv Yongsheng on the Qin Xian rankings. He's also a rare prodigy. In fact, in terms of background, the house of Marquis Qin is still a well-deserved overlord. It's really terrifying to be able to cultivate Lu Yitao and Lv Yongsheng, 2 prodigies on the Qin Xian rankings. As the 6 of them stepped out, countless people in the square focused their attention on the 6 figures who were walking slowly toward the world imprint. They wanted to see what heights the 6 prodigies, who represented the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqin county, could reach under the test of the world imprint. Zhuowen, who was standing in an inconspicuous corner of the square, was also staring at the 6 figures not far away. His dark eyes were filled with anticipation. He could clearly feel that the aura and strength of the 6 people were above his. If he were to fight any one of them with his current strength, he would be defeated. The world imprint is 100 feet tall. That Lu Yitao is unfathomable. It's inevitable that he'll obtain the heavenly imprint. He might even reach the limit of the world imprint. Qiu Chou looked solemnly at the calm young man among the 6 figures. Even Qiu Chou admired Lu Yitao's talent for being able to reach the ultimate emperor stage at the age of 23. That's right. Marquis Lu really has a good son. He's the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Muqin county and ranked 15th on the Qin Xian Empire's Qin Xian rankings. This kind of achievement isn't something an ordinary person can achieve, Ouyang Yintu said with some emotion. Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, who were beside Ouyang Yintu, were staring at the 6 figures below the world imprint. As prodigies of a super city like Broken Rock City, the 2 of them rarely admired others. However, the two of them admired the 6 people in front of them from the bottom of their hearts. The Qin Xian rankings was the most prestigious and authoritative list in the Qin Xian Empire. Those who could enter the Qin Xian rankings were basically 1 in a million prodigies. To the two of them, entering the Qin Xian rankings was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Below the world imprint, Lu Nantian smiled at the 6 people in front of him and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" "I'll go first. However, let me make it clear first. Brother Itao must be the last one. If he goes first, our limelight will be overshadowed by him. That would be completely pointless." Qin Batian suddenly stepped forward and laughed heartily. The indifferent LV Itao lifted his eyebrows when he heard this. However, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Brother Qin's words are a little inappropriate. It should be known that in terms of talent, the strongest amongst us should be younger sister Luo Xing." As he spoke, Lu Yitao looked at the otherworldly Luo Xing with a strange expression. There was a hint of passion in his eyes as he continued, "Little sister Luo Xing is only 19 years old, but she already has the qualifications to break through to the ultimate emperor stage. Even Yitao admires her speed of advancement. If little sister Luo Xing cultivated at the same time as Yitao, her cultivation would have surpassed mine long ago." After Lu Yitao finished speaking, the others nodded. Luo Xing's rise was extremely fast. Before the age of 15, Luo Xing was only an ordinary female disciple in the Jade Lady Star Court. However, since 4 years ago, Luo Xing's cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. She had surpassed all the prodigies in the sect and become the strongest among the younger generation in the Jade Lady Star Court. It was precisely this kind of legendary rumor that caused Luo Xing to appear as though she was covered in a layer of gauze. She appeared mysterious and distant. Coupled with the otherworldly aura on her body from the beginning to the end, it caused countless men to admire her. "Brother Lu, you're overestimating Luo Xing. Everyone knows how difficult it is to break through from the ultimate emperor stage from the 4th emperor stage to the 5th emperor stage. Many people have been stuck at this stage for decades without being able to break through. Who knows how long it will take for Luo Xing to break through?" Luo Xing bowed slightly and replied indifferently. "You don't have to be modest. Let's begin the test. Qin Batian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the test. Don't embarrass yourself here." Chapter 433. Unstoppable Qin Batian's neck shrunk as he mumbled a few words. He hurried to the front of the heaven and earth monolith. Although Qin Batian looked domineering, he was most afraid of his sissy father. Taking a deep breath, Qin Batian's broad right palm gently pressed against the surface of the monolith. He secretly channeled the heaven and earth energy in his body into the monolith. The golden light was like a blazing sun, spreading out in all directions. Soon after, the crowd in the plaza realized that the originally empty surface of the heaven and earth monolith was starting to emit a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like countless tadpoles, condensing into the words Qin Batian at the bottom of the stone tablet. As soon as the words were formed, they shot up the stone tablet like a rocket, breaking through the human class area like a hot knife through butter, forcefully entering the earth class area. The 3 regions of the heaven and earth monolith added up to a height of 100 zhang. The mortal class region took up the bottom 20 zhang, the earth class region took up the middle 30 zhang, and the heaven class region took up the largest area, a full 50 zhang. It was at the top of the monolith and was extremely dazzling. After entering the earth class region, the speed of the golden light did not decrease at all. It continued to rise steadily, breaking through the 30 zhang range of the earth class region and entering the heaven class region. This Qin Batian is indeed the number 1 genius of the eternal prosperity Marquis Manor. He entered the heaven class region without any difficulty. I wonder how high he will stop at. At least above 80 zhang. After all, Qin Batian is also a monstrous genius on the Green Emperor rankings. Above 80 zhang, what a monster. The limit of the heaven and earth monolith is only 100 zhang. To be able to reach above 80 zhang is already extremely monstrous. A commotion broke out in the square when they saw the golden light on the heaven and earth plate with unstoppable force. Whoosh! Finally, the golden radiance on the worldly monolith stopped at 850 feet. At 850 feet, the words Qin Batian condensed. Behind Qin Batian were the words Eternal Prosperity Marquis Manor, representing the power that Qin Batian belonged to. It's actually 85 zhang. This Qin Batian is indeed a genius on the Green Emperor rankings. The golden light in his body can actually reach 85 zhang, how terrifying. Yeah. The heaven and earth plate is only 300 meters tall, and one only needs to enter 150 meters to obtain the heaven-ranked imprint. But this Qin Batian's strength is truly unfathomable, to actually surpass it by so much. Sigh. Each and every one of them is a monster. Looks like I'm in a bit of a predicament. I wonder if I can break through 60 meters and obtain the earth rank imprint. When the three words Qin Batian condensed on the 85 feet tall worldly monolith, an uproar broke out in the plaza. Many people's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. At the same time, a dazzling golden light shot out from the worldly monolith and entered Qin Batian's right palm. A golden, heaven, character appeared on his palm. Clearly, this was the so-called heaven imprint. Ha! Not bad, to be able to reach a height of 85 feet is still somewhat out of my expectations. Qin Batian laughed heartily as he took a few steps back from the heaven and earth plate. Good my ass. It's only 85 feet and you still dare to show off. Qin Batian, I think you're itching for a beating. Look at LV Tao, his bearing is so steady, while you're so sloppy. You're really a wastrel. Standing behind LV Nantian, Qin Ye once again spoke, his sharp voice exceptionally ear-piercing. Qin Batian's neck shrunk as the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He dejectedly retreated back to the group. Brother Qin, this child Batian's talent is already pretty good. Furthermore, to be able to reach a height of 85 feet is already very impressive. You're being too harsh on him. LV Nantian shook his head and laughed as he looked at Qin Batian, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he returned to the group. Brother LV, don't be fooled by this kid's honest appearance. In fact, he's full of evil tricks. Furthermore, although our family's Batian strength isn't bad, compared to the others, he's just barely passable. If we aren't strict with him, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated in the end. Qin Ye shrugged as he spoke. Hearing this, LV Nantian didn't reply. His gaze shifted slightly as it converged on the remaining 5 as he asked, which of the 5 of you wants to go first? I'll go first. LV Yongsheng was the first to step forward. He still had some self-awareness. Although he was also a genius on the Azure Emperor board, his ranking was at the bottom. Therefore, he could only brace himself and go first. Since Sheng has volunteered, you can go first. LV Nantian nodded his head in praise. Second brother, use your full strength. Don't hold back at all. LV Yongsheng secretly transmitted to LV Tao as he walked past him. Nodding his head, LV Yongsheng directly walked to the front of the heaven and earth monolith and placed his right hand on the bottom surface of the monolith. Instantly, a golden light shot out from the monolith. However, LV Yongsheng's golden light was much dimmer than Qin Batian's. The golden light broke through the human and earth class areas like a hot knife through butter and entered the heaven class area in one go. Finally, it stopped at the 80 zhang mark and the golden light transformed into LV Yongsheng's name. Looking at the result on the monolith, LV Yongsheng frowned slightly. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this result. However, he also knew that there was a gap between his strength and Qin Batian's and that it was almost impossible for him to surpass Qin Batian in this test. It seems that Sheng Er's strength has increased by quite a bit from the first level of the Yuan Qi Tower. Looking at the result on the monolith, LV Nantian nodded his head in satisfaction. Originally, he thought that LV Yongsheng would be able to reach the standard of 75 zhang. However, this result had greatly exceeded his expectations. After LV Yongsheng went down, Zhu Qi from the Imperial Sword Sect and Su Tianliang from the Marquis residence of Baichuan also went up to take the test. Su Tianliang's result was slightly worse than Qin Baishan's, but his golden light also reached 83 zhang. However, Zhu Qi's result was a little unexpected. He actually surpassed Su Tianliang in Qin Batian, reaching 90 zhang. He was only 10 zhang away from the limit of 100 zhang. Such a result naturally attracted the attention of the 5 magnates beside the heaven and earth monolith. Even the countless cultivators in the square burst into an uproar because of Zhu Qi's unexpected result. This Zhu Qi is so strong. In the square, Zhuowen stared at the man with a sword who had just finished his test and was slowly returning to the group. His face was slightly moved. As his name suggested, Zhu Qi liked red. Even the clothes he wore and the long sword he carried on his back were all red. From afar, he looked like a burning flame. However, the only flaw was that Zhu Qi looked cold and indifferent. He had an unapproachable expression on his face. Brother Xianyuan, congratulations. This Zhu Qi is a good seedling for swordsmanship. I can actually feel a sharp sword-like aura from this kid. LV Nanshan's eyes flickered as he cupped his hands and smiled at Xianyuanli. Xianyuanli was grinning from ear to ear. However, he still said humbly, Zhu Qi has been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years. It is only natural for him to have such a result today. Brother LV, you are flattering me. Although Xianyuanli was speaking humbly, his smile was not humble at all. In fact, there was even a hint of pride. This made LV Nantian and the others speechless. Now, only Luo Xing from the Jade Lady Star Court and Tao from the House of Marquis Qin are left. I wonder what their results will be. As he spoke, LV Nanshan's eyes focused on the remaining 2 people in the square. His eyes were filled with anticipation. His eldest son had never made him worry. He wanted to see what his eldest son would be able to leave behind on the monolith after 2 years of seclusion. The other 4 magnates also looked at the remaining 2 people. They all knew that the 2 people in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation in Muqin County. They also wanted to see what their final results would be. Young Master LV, Luo Xing will accept your invitation. Luo Xing nodded slightly to LV Yitao, who was standing beside her. Then, she walked up to the heaven and earth monolith. As soon as Luo Xing appeared, many warriors in the square were shocked. They all looked at Luo Xing. Luo Xing was the most beautiful woman in the county. She was also the second strongest among the younger generation in Muqin County. She was beautiful and had a high cultivation level. Naturally, she attracted the attention of countless people. It's Luo Xing's turn now. I wonder if she will surpass Zhu Qi in the end. Nonsense. Lady Luo Xing is a genius second only to LV Yitao in Muqin County. She will definitely surpass Zhu Qi. Sigh. Lady Luo Xing is so beautiful. I wonder who can be a match for such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid only LV Yitao from the House of Marquis Qin is a match for her. After all, LV Yitao's talent and strength are unique in Muqin County. Moreover, both of them have super forces behind them. It can be said that they are well matched in terms of social status. Even LV Yitao, who was standing under the heaven and earth monolith, had a fiery look in his eyes. He stared at Luo Xing's figure. Luo Xing tilted her head slightly. She did not place her hand on the monolith in a hurry. Instead, she carefully observed the monolith. Then, she stretched out her snow-white arms and gently pressed them on the bottom of the monolith. Whoosh! A golden light that was even more dazzling than before surged out from the heaven and earth monolith. The intensity of this golden light was like the scorching sun rising from the east. Many people squinted their eyes. The golden light swept upward like a hot knife through butter. It passed through the human division and the earth division. Moreover, it did not slow down and continued to rise rapidly in the heaven division. 50 feet. 60 feet. 70 feet. 80 feet. 90 feet, finally, the golden light reached 90 feet. Its speed gradually slowed down. 91 feet. 92 feet. 95 feet, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.